There was an email you can, Ronnie might, an email you can go check it out.
Are you saying there's no printed minutes or anything else that were
Correct.
okay.
But it was real, to me, was important, 2 votes here. You were here with all the testimony and everything, and consequently all the,
I'm good to go. I've got
I think only fair.
6:57. When I hit 7, I'll. Yep. Well, we went. My wife's brother and his wife were in town for a couple of days, so she decided to. I had bank board this afternoon. And I met them for dinner. She wanted to go downtown St. Charles. Went down on Main Street. So I saw a restaurant that I probably the food was okay, but I probably will not be back to.
Where's that?
Magnified.
Oh, down
Down on Main Street.
on Main Street.
Yeah. The problem is, where we were set, they have an open door to the kitchen.
Oh, that's not good. I can tell you right off the bat,
Yeah.
that's not good. Yeah.
Yeah.
You gotta set restaurants up so that there's, that
You
can't
can't
happen.
have,
You gotta have a buffer,
Yeah.
like we,
Yeah.
buffer.
Now, if we were sitting outside, of course, my wife, this is way too cold for her. You'd have thought, well, I might come back here, but I'm sitting right there and I'm staring into the kitchen, and they had this microwave that it looked like it was probably 30 years old. You know.
Yeah, that stuff.
Yeah.
That's why I've never been in favor of the kitchens that have the open, restaurants have the open kitchen, where all the cooks, you can see them. Because you're taking a chance on, look, I have locusts a day, and what,
Well, you're
Gary just pointed out that you have digital minutes, but not paper minutes. So one thing we could do is, if you want to have paper, when we get to the minutes part, we could do a couple of things. You could proceed, or you could put it off till next month, or you could take a 5-minute recess and I could go print paper copies. Or I could run down and make a paper copy.
yeah, because we've got a correction to make to the minutes.
Okay.
Robert, the problem was.
It's gonna have to be, but I'm just.
Those people to read that, even if you went to get. Reading Tolstoy here, quick, speed read it and give me a synopsis.
Okay, let's do that.
Okay.
We can,
Yeah, because there's a correction we can go ahead and make. Yeah. Those places where they open, 7 o'clock. Good evening. Welcome to the October 17th, 2018 Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. At this time, would you please, everyone, turn off or mute all cell phones and electronic devices. At this time, also, please stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Conditional use permit requests will be heard tonight, and once the commission makes a recommendation, the applications will be scheduled to be introduced at the Tuesday, November 13th, 2018 County Council meeting. Public comment will be taken tonight at the council meeting on Tuesday. Public comment will be taken at the council meeting on Tuesday, November 13th. Public comment on conditional use permit applications will not be taken at any meeting of the county council held thereafter. Applications for preliminary plats will also be heard tonight, and once the commission makes a recommendation, the applications will be scheduled to be introduced at the Tuesday, November 13th, 2018 county council meeting. The following documents are introduced as a matter of record for this evening's public hearing and regular meeting of the Planning and Zoning Commission. Those documents are the Unified Development Ordinance of St. Charles County, including zoning maps, the year 2025 Master Plan for St. Charles County, which includes the year 2025 Future Land Use Plan Map. On our agenda this evening, one of the tabled items, if I can find it,
Number 2.
Is a preliminary plat for Timberwolf Farms, Old Colony Road. If anyone is here for that item, it will remain continued until the November meeting. So that's the preliminary plat for Timberwolf Farms, Old Colony Road. That will stay on our agenda for the November meeting. Okay. If you've not been here before, how the meeting works, I will read the application into the record. The staff will give us a report and their recommendation. The commission may ask questions of staff at that time. Then we will have the applicant come forward to present their application and answer questions that the commission may have. And then at that time, at the conclusion of that, we will then open a public hearing. Anyone in attendance who wishes to come forward and speak for or against the application can come forward. And once the public hearing is closed, then we'll have the applicant come back to answer any questions that may have arisen through the public hearing. But I will inform everyone that once the public hearing has been closed, we will take no further comments from the public. Our first item on the agenda tonight is conditional use permit request 18-14. The owner applicant is Richard K. Balducci and Carol A. Balducci. Property zoning is A agricultural district. Use requested is building structures or open spaces for conducting weddings and or wedding receptions or other private parties, and a bed and breakfast residence. The area consists of 75.94 acres, is located at 6601 South Highway 94. The location is the north side of Highway 94 South, approximately 3,000 feet southwest of Henna Lane in Council District 2. Staff.
All right, I'm not sure we can see this really well, but I'm going to zoom in just a little bit here. Make sure that we can kind of make out the buildings and structures proposed. As mentioned, the applicant is applying for 2 conditional use permits. The first one is an event center for a building for an event center for private parties, weddings, and other types of receptions. To clarify on this, it also states outdoor usage for the reception area. It is not for the reception area. That is only if a wedding ceremony would be performed. The applicant did state that basically they would step out and perform a ceremony around this building. It has a very nice view from this proposed location. It's at a high point of the ground of this 75 acres. The second, well, let's continue on with this first of all. The proposed building is approximately 800 feet from the nearest residence. There is only one residence in the area, and it's located to the southwest of the proposed location. There is a mature tree line in between the 2 buildings, so we are not anticipating any problems with that location. The second application for a conditional use permit is for a bed and breakfast. Right now, it's a proposal to build another residence. You notice that it does say a residence and not an inn. A residence is allowed as a conditional use permit in agricultural zoning. However, it is limited to 5 bedrooms. So there would be somebody living on site and acting as a host or hostess to people that would be staying in the area. The anticipated use would mainly be in regard to the private event center or visiting Balducci Winery or other wineries in the area. We also noted that because this would be the second residence on the property, either this residence would have to be parceled off as a 5-acre piece, or the existing residence located, I think this is it right here, located right here, would have to be parceled off on a 3-acre piece because it was built prior to 2006. The applicant has stated that they believe that this has already been surveyed off the original home. And we will be checking to make sure that has been recorded, but it would be recorded prior to site plan approval. So we will make sure of that. And with that, staff is recommending approval with 4 conditions. The first one is that for all events, meetings, or functions to be held on the premise, no amplified sound may be located outdoors except during the performance of a wedding ceremony. The second is that either of these approved conditional uses could not take place until an approved site plan is completed, and the applicant has completed the building and the approval of that building. The third is a separate parcel shall be created for either the existing residence or the new bed and breakfast residence. And the fourth is a condition that we have added to other wedding reception facilities, that for all events, meetings, or functions to be held in the event building must end no later than 11 p.m., and any outdoor amplified music must end no later than 10 p.m. There were no letters received for or against this application.
Any questions for staff?
Just curious, no letters from the church, because I was there when we approved this, and then there was supposed to be another one, as you probably remember. They had to have the police here because somebody was going to get in a fight, several hundred people. They were going to put a wedding venue on the other side of the Balducci property, and it was going to be run by an outfit out of Dallas, Texas. Put up a pavilion with noise and everything else, and the church has no problem with this then?
We have not received any communication.
Okay.
I have a question. What's the difference between condition 1 and condition 4 regarding the amplified sound? Condition 1 says no amplified sound except for performance of a wedding ceremony, and then condition 4 talks about having amplified music for events, meetings, and functions.
Well, the first one is specifically in regard to outdoors. In other words, the applicant has stated that no reception, no outdoor music would be played, that everything would be interior to the building. They're very concerned about that. The last condition, as I mentioned, is a condition that we have placed on other facilities such as this. So the only place that this would make a difference is you can't have a wedding ceremony after 10 p.m. outdoors.
But if I have an event, meeting, or function, according to this, I can have outdoor amplified music up until 10 p.m.
We can rewrite that to be specific.
Because to me, it seems like the two contradict each other.
I understand. Like, as I mentioned, this is a condition that we have placed on
Yeah.
all of the others, so we can straighten this out and make it specific to this property.
Okay. Any other questions for staff?
Is there any more
Yeah.
information on the building, the proposed building, other than the shape of it? Is it going to be indoor, outdoor? Will there be events?
The applicant did submit this as a rendering. It would fit into the aesthetics of the area. I believe there is a undercover area right off the side of the building. The applicant could probably expand on that and explain more.
Okay, I didn't see that.
Any other questions for staff? The applicant, please come forward. Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Mark Ditch. I live at 6165 Highway 94 South, Augusta, Missouri.
Okay, go ahead, Mark.
And I'm here to represent Rick and Carol Balducci tonight. Just real quick, one of the board members asked about that controversial thing with the wedding chapel. That was across from Noblesse which is
Yeah.
east of,
Okay.
probably about 3 or 4 miles from this facility. So I just wanted to clear that up.
Okay.
Excuse me. I think the staff did a pretty good job on presenting it, so I won't go into a lot of detail tonight. The proposed building is just under 7,000 square feet, and as it was presented, it is an event center. The owner has talked to the neighbor with the house, the Seams, and they didn't have any objection to what we were proposing out there. And I too will check Ellie on that 3 acres on the house. I didn't get time this afternoon to look, but I will look. And the owner's okay with the conditions. What I might recommend on that item number 4, instead of the last sentence, instead of saying any outdoor amplified music must end no later than 10 p.m., maybe just take outdoor out and just say any amplified music must end no later than 10 p.m.
It has 11 PM on it.
Well, the function has to end at 11, but the music would end at 10.
Okay.
And I'd be happy to answer any other questions you might have.
Is your client all right with that? Because is your client all right with that? That's a little bit earlier than a lot of weddings end, receptions.
He said he was fine with the music ending at 10.
Ending at 10?
In the event.
All right.
Oh, Rick?
I'm sorry, can I talk from here?
No, you need to come forward. I'll need to swear you in.
Sure.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Richard Balducci, 6601 South Highway 94, Augusta, Missouri.
Go ahead, Richard.
Okay. The music I would like to leave it at 11, like everyone else. Would it always end at 11? I don't know. That would depend on the client. It's not always going to be a wedding reception. It could be an anniversary party. Could be no music at all. But I would like to leave the option of having the music end at 11. Now, the outdoor music, the only outdoor music for this venue would be for a wedding ceremony. I don't foresee any music outside. I don't want any music outside because I don't want my neighbors to be concerned or interfere with their lives because of this building. I've known these people for 30-something years. They're great people. And so I don't need music outside there. It's all going to be inside. I'm going to have decibel meters controlling the sound because loud is not quality. Loud does not mean good. And I've learned that in the last 18 years. So I'm also going to control the music outside during the daytime. I've already started that. So I don't know how we could word that, but there's going to be no outside music there except for a wedding reception. I foresee that as maybe a violin or a guitar or something like that. And then any amplified music will be inside with a small band or a DJ. That volume will also be controlled for what that's worth. And I will do that myself.
Any questions for Mr. Balducci? Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions for the applicant, for Mark?
I did have a question, I guess, for the staff here. I have to think about it. Wouldn't the lot have to be 5 acres rather than 3?
The
Since it's-
original house, there is a clause in the Unified Development Ordinance under the Agricultural District that for homes that are built prior to 2006, when this went into effect, they can parcel off a 3-acre tract, as long as the remaining tract meets the agricultural minimum requirement.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
We'll bring this back to the commission. Any discussion, questions of staff?
I guess we need to change what you proposed for the wording on the condition.
Then condition 4 would read, for all events, meetings, or functions to be held in the event building, all events, meetings, or functions must end no later than 11. Any amplified music must end no later than, the applicant is requesting 11 p.m. So
Not outdoor music, so that
any amplified music must end no later than 11 p.m. We took out the word outdoor.
Yeah, that makes sense. then.
Yeah,
Thank
so
you.
restriction 1 is no amplified sound, so the minister could have a microphone.
Right.
And then 4, for other events, they have to end at 11, and any amplified music must end no later than 11 p.m.
So we'd strike the word, I'd make a
Outdoor.
motion to strike the word outdoor and then change 10 p.m. to
to
11
11
p.m.
p.m.
I'll make that a formal motion then.
Okay.
Second.
And Mr. Cleary seconded. Mr. Griffin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. McBride?
Yes.
I vote yes. Mr. Cleary?
Yes.
Mr. Leonard? How do you vote?
Yes.
Yes? Mr. Fromm is not here. Mr. Kuhn?
Yes.
Mr. McDonald?
When I'd vote.
And Mr. Clingham?
Yes. When I'd voting for
Okay.
for passage yet, just to change that condition.
Yeah. Okay. Now, who made the motion? You want to make a motion to pass it as amended?
Do we want to hear from the public?
Oh, I'm getting ahead of myself here.
I'll give you full credit for that.
Yeah.
Mr.
Yeah,
Leonard.
we'll open the public hearing, I'm sorry. Anyone here to speak regarding this application for conditional use permit? Anyone here? AC's coming up.
All right, now you would.
You'd have just been quiet. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Thank you very much, members of the commission. My name is Arnie C. A.C. Dienoff, public advocate and resident, P.O. Box 1535, O'Fallon, 63366. This district is the jewel of our county, and we need to promote it. There are people throughout the world that come to this designated district, the wine country. We are in need of these attractions, and I'm in favor of this proposal with the following caveat: additional conditions. We need to promote our county and encourage tourism to our district. That's the way we're going to grow our county and grow our economy. But to provide additional protections for surrounding and adjoining neighborhood, the adjoining neighbors within 10,000 feet must be the first and most priority here. I would ask that the commission have a condition for this conditional use permit and set a decibel level not to exceed 70 decibels within 5,000 feet of this property. The second condition that I'd like to see added to this condition is that all music microphoned, amplified, must remain on the inside. And I think you did vote to amend the condition for this applicant to say that there will be no microphone or amplified music outside after 10 p.m. And that music on the outside must not be amplified after 10 p.m. So those are the conditions that I'd like to see added. You need to be cognizant of the environment and cognizant of the neighbors who have their property to enjoy. We also need to grow this district and grow our tourism within St. Charles County. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else here to speak regarding this application for conditional use permit? If not, we will close the public hearing. Now we're back to the commission,
I'll make a
So
motion.
I'd make a motion to change,
as amended, correct?
correct, amendment
Okay.
4, striking the word outdoor and no later than 11 p.m.
Okay. Mr. Griffin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. McBride?
Yes.
I vote yes. Mr. Cleary?
Yes.
Mr. Leonard?
Yes.
Mr. Kuhn?
Yes.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Klinghammer?
Yes.
Motion passes. Next on the agenda is preliminary plat for Dry Creek Ranch located at 1703 Highway N. This is application PRE 18-14. Owner developer is TBJJ Enterprises LLC. Current zoning is RR Single Family Residential District, 3-acre minimum lot size. The area consists of 9.34 acres. Number of lots proposed is 3. Location on the north side of Highway N, approximately 2,500 feet west of Klaus Lane, located in Council District 2. Staff.
All right. As mentioned, this application is for a 9.34 acre subdivision plat for 3 lots. On this submittal for the plat, the applicant has submitted 3 variance requests from our subdivision requirements. The first variance request, is from section 410.280, number 2, which requires that all lots in a subdivision have driveway access to an interior subdivision street. The applicant is proposing to use the existing driveway that reaches a current residence at the back of the proposed subdivision. In doing so, the driveway would become an easement of access for lots 2 and 3. The applicant is proposing to make that a 42-foot wide easement to access the properties. However, the applicant is not meeting the third variance request, which is for a 48-foot turnaround radius at the end. They are only proposing a 42-foot turnaround radius right there. The second variance request is from section 410.290, number 2, where all lots have to front upon a street that's improved to St. Charles County Public Standards specification or an existing county or state road. And in this case, only lot number 1 fronts on Highway N. The other 2 lots would not meet this requirement to front on an interior subdivision street. And I skipped over number 2, which is a variance from well, no, that was number 2. Number 3, I kind of jumped to that one, which is from section 410.320, letter C, which is in regard to that radius of the cul-de-sac. So they are asking for a variance from that also. When staff did look at this plat, if you notice, lot 2 is in the shape of a Z. This also, our subdivision requirements are basically looking at shapes of lots that fit in the area and also are conducive to the use of an outdoor on-site sewage disposal system. As I mentioned, these are 3-acre lots. There is no public sewer access. Staff does have concern in regard to the requirement by our building division for not just 1 but 2 sites for lateral distribution on a site. Right now, the second one would possibly go across this vegetated buffer area up into this upper northwest corner, which it just doesn't fit the subdivision requirements that it be concise and compact and all within the area. So consequently, staff is not recommending approval of this subdivision plat for those reasons stated. As an alternative, we found that at least 2 lots could go on this area that is still under consideration for rezoning at council. They could do that without even platting a subdivision plat. It could be divided into 2 parcels, and 2 homes could be built. As an alternative, the applicant, we also ask that they move the street over to the eastern portion of the property and realign this plat and possibly re-subdivide these lots so that they're more contiguous and not just by a small area leading up to the rest of the parcel. So those are the considerations that we have asked the applicant to do. Right now, staff is recommending that the Planning and Zoning Commission recommend denial of this plat. If you do vote that in that manner, County Council would be required to pass this with 5 affirmative votes. There were no letters received for or against the plat.
Excuse me, any questions for staff?
You didn't, one of the things you said, which we'll hear from the applicant, did you get any response about moving the road to the other side? Or that wasn't under consideration? Or option 2, putting 2 lots instead of 3? When you talked to the applicant, any?
When we talked to the applicant about this, using this driveway access as an easement, we did ask that they explain why they could not go to the eastern side. The applicant had submitted a site distance exhibit. We submitted that to MoDOT, and we did not receive a response back at this time. It was just this week, Monday, when I submitted it to MoDOT. So we would want to hear from MoDOT their opinion on, in terms of their site distance requirements versus the county's site distance requirements. I would say that it's probably up to the applicant at this point to explain the proof from this exhibit as to why they cannot move it over to the eastern side.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? If not, would the applicant please come forward?
I realize you have both of them here, but I'll go ahead and set them up here as well, just for a little redundancy. Flip back and forth quite as much.
Okay, I'll swear you both in at the same time. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly declare or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
I do.
Please state your name and the record, for the record, please. Name and address.
My name is Gabe Du Bois. I'm with THD Design Group, 148 Chesterfield Industrial Boulevard, Chesterfield, Missouri. I'm here this evening on behalf of Todd Corrigan. Forget the name of your LLC, I apologize. But here on behalf of the property owner this
Okay.
evening to request a subdivision of this
You want
property.
to give us your,
My name is Todd Corrigan, the property owner. 301 Wilmer Valley Drive is my address in Winsville, Missouri,
Okay.
63385.
thank you. Go ahead, sir.
As Ellie noted, and she gave a pretty good rundown of what's going on here, I always appreciate that. We have about 22 acres. We're looking to split that off or rezone it into, it's all currently zoned agricultural. We're looking to rezone about 9 acres, 9.3 acres of it to RR, rural residential, and put 3 lots on that 9 acres. That's about 0.3 units per acre. It's a pretty low density. Just wanted to first discuss the nature of the development and then address some of Ellie's concerns. I understand and appreciate her concerns, but I think we have valid reasons for requesting what we're doing here this evening. One of the things that was noted, and I'd like to address first of all, is the physical character of Lot 2. 2 of the things that came up with it, it's a Z-shaped, it's an irregular shaped lot. And then there was concern about the septic field on it. As far as it being an irregular shaped lot, you can see that it's a little bit of it is a hook or a Z shape. And then Lot 3 is a bit of an L. One of the things that we've looked to do to appease that concern is we can push that lot line down on Lot 1, gain a little bit of area into Lot 2, push the lot line up on Lot 3, make it more of two L's than a Z shape. It won't place the home on Lot 3, ideally where Mr. Corrigan would like to place it, but it still would allow him to build a home in that general location. And one of the driving factor for Mr. Corrigan here is that this property was purchased as a little bit of a family homestead. Mr. Corrigan plans on living on Lot 3. His father-in-law, I believe, plans on living on Lot 2, and then his sister-in-law and brother-in-law plan on living on Lot 1. So this wasn't purchased as a development. This was purchased as a family homestead that they looked to bring their family into and enjoy this 22 acres of development, and have ran into some of the obstacles here that we're running into this evening. So should have mentioned that up front. I apologize I didn't, so I wanted to clear that up. But they are willing to reconfigure lots 2 and 3 to be a little bit more in accordance with the intent of the zoning code and not be such irregular shaped lots. Another one of the concerns on that lot 2 was the septic system, or the room for the septic field. There's a lot of different options out there now for septic fields, and you can do traditional leach fields. There's drip irrigation. There's a lot of different options out there now, and he plans on working with the building department to put something in that's in compliance with code. Obviously, if he can't build a house on that lot, it's not worth him having that lot. It doesn't work for what they're intending to accomplish here. So that's something that once the preliminary plat and rezoning would be accomplished, that they would work with the building department to achieve a shape and a leach field on Lot 2 that was in accordance with regulations. Obviously, they wouldn't be able to buck that, and that's something that they would want to work out themselves. So I think that condition or that comment is something that we absolutely can work on. The other big obstacle that we have here that we've all discussed is the 3 variances. And I know that it's 3 variances. It's really one request that shows up in 3 different places in the code. What they're requesting is a private shared drive for the driveway for the 3 lots instead of a public dedication, a public street down the middle of this property. The reason that's been requested is if you look at the property, you look at the layout of the property, where the existing entrance lays, makes sense. It was placed there because it created the best spacing for the different properties, it created the best site distance, and it followed the natural topography of the land. That existing entrance is placed along the ridge, that existing access drive or existing driveway follows that ridge. If they were to come in and move this entrance all the way over to the east side, not only would they be reducing the site distance to the east, and I'm not saying they're going to bring it down to a level that's unacceptable, but it would be reduced by over 100 feet. The spacing between the entrances there would be reduced significantly. Right now, that entrance is pretty much centered between the entrances to the east and to the west. There's 240 feet to one entrance, 300 feet to the other entrance. If we slide this over to the eastern edge of the property in order to accommodate the zoning code to place the right-of-way along the right side and accomplish these 3 lots in accordance with the exact intent of the code, you would reduce that spacing to 80 feet to the east and then increase it to 460 feet to the west. So the spacing becomes very lopsided at that point, and again, you reduce that site distance. That site distance to the east goes from 770 feet, which is acceptable, down to 640 feet, which is just above the standard. It's still considered acceptable, but it's a reduction in the site distance, and it's the traffic that you're crossing. So I feel that it would be not necessarily creating an unsafe condition, but reducing a safe condition. So they've proposed to keep that entrance in the exact same location where it is, ride that ridge, which is going to allow them not to have to clear a bunch of trees off this property, not to have to move a bunch of dirt. If you move this entrance over, now you're wiping out a bunch of trees, you're having to flip a bunch of dirt over on that side to make the lots work. It's not working with the natural topography of the ground whatsoever. Keeping this drive as a shared drive, a shared access, a shared easement, allows them to keep this entrance where it is, not clear all those trees, ride this ridge, and really keep with the spirit of this area. 0.32 units per acre, really, I mean, it's not intrusive to the area. I think coming in and wiping out a bunch of trees and flipping a bunch of dirt around, creating a bunch of runoff into the creek where we've already brought up the buffer area, that's more of an impact, and it's not really the direction that stormwater management has gone, and I think that development has gone. It's more, as I said, in the spirit or intent of this area, and because of those reasons, we're requesting these three variances. But really based on one condition. And one of the things that I skipped over, and I apologize, the 48-foot turnaround came up at the end of the cul-de-sac. Fire district requested 42 feet. 48 feet's no problem. The property owner has absolutely no problem with doing that. He would dedicate the 48-foot radius on that turnaround. That was just, fire department asked for 42 feet. We showed 42 feet on the plans. 48 foot's perfectly acceptable.
Any questions for the applicant?
Just
Yeah,
curious.
I do. On that, it appears if you would move that to the east side, that completely resolves all the other conflicts in terms of the odd-shaped lot, the septic system, and the other issues that are a problem. Obviously, you'd have to take some trees down, but if you've resolved 3 other problems by doing that, that seems to be the prudent thing to do.
I understand absolutely what you're saying, and that's why it solves 3 code conflicts. It's really only one situation. It's one problem. It's this entrance location, and it's creating this right-of-way. The interior access for lots 2 and 3 could happen with a dedicated right-of-way. If this strip across lot 1 were able to be dedicated right-of-way, that variance request would go away. The access to the frontage streets would go away. The 48-foot dedicated turnaround would go away. It's all really related to this entrance location and how intrusive it is to the property to move it from where it currently is over to the east side. We're by adhering to the strict intent of the code, we're creating an unnatural situation, and I respect the code and I understand why we have it. But in this particular case, adhering to it is creating 3 conflicts within the code, and it's really just one situation with this entrance. And again, creating that right-of-way, clearing those extra trees, creating that extra land disturbance, reducing that entrance spacing, and reducing that site distance, all in the interest of not bucking these 3 codes that have intent, but seem to not make sense to apply right here based on this piece of property.
What are your plans, Todd, for the remaining parcels of land that's?
We're leaving it as agricultural, which is actually all wooded.
It's all wooded.
But I've got 3 young kids, and
Good place to play.
that's exactly what it is. Kind of getting out to live in a subdivision now, so basically giving them a little bit of freedom, a little bit of place to go be kids. It's on the other side of the creek, by the way, so it's really not something that we're looking to develop or do anything with, just because the access would be really, really tough to, it'd be too costly to get to the other side of the creek.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your time.
We will now open the public hearing. Anyone present wish to speak regarding this preliminary plat request? You solemnly declare or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under pains and penalties of perjury.
Yes, I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Thank you very much, Commissioners. Once again, Arnie C. A.C. Dienoff, Public Advocate and Resident, P.O. Box 1535, O'Fallon. I'm not opposed to the homestead. It sounds like a good development. However, there's some public safety and public welfare health issues that need to be addressed. First of all, I'm opposed to, and I think the applicant has conceded that they'll put in a 48-foot turnaround radius. I don't see any letters in the packet from the fire marshal, the Wentzville Fire Protection District. I don't see a letter from the chief's office of the St. Charles County Ambulance District, and nor do I see a letter from either the superintendent, the CFO, or the transportation director of the Wentzville School District that would be picking up students in this development, as I'm sure the applicant has young kids that he stated on the record. So I'd like to see us get more governments involved to make sure that this development is served properly. And why are we continuously, in the last few meetings, getting away from the codified county code in reference to in-ground septic systems? Our code requires a 5-acre minimum, and in this case, are 3-acre minimums. If you look at the photos of the property, just west of there is a pond or a lake. There's some sewer and lateral concerns that were brought up by staff, which is a major concern. The first and number one priority of this commission is public health, safety, and welfare. Also is the water quality. If we're going to run off of the leachate systems in the fields into this pond, lake, just west of this property, what is the water quality going to be for the water wells in this area? As I don't think that it's being serviced by Public Water District Number 2 at this location on Highway N at this time. Those are my concerns of the property. As I said, I'm not opposed to the homestead, but you need to take into consideration the public safety to service these homes for emergency services and from a school district standpoint, and also the sewer is a big obstacle here at this property. Why are we getting away from the 5-acre minimums and going to a 3-acre giving a variance? It just doesn't make sense. If we're going to have the code, it needs to be fair and across the board for our entire county. There's lots of properties over around this property, especially on Hopewell Road, where there's some properties that are less than 5 acres, and they've been denied by the Community Development Department and Planning and Zoning because they fall underneath that 5-acre lot. So to give an exemption is just not going to be fair, and it's not making the intent of the codified code stand as its intent for public safety, health, and welfare. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak in the public hearing regarding this application for preliminary plat? If not, we will close the public hearing, bring it back to the...
May I
Yes.
address some of AC's concerns? I appreciate him getting up, and I appreciate the concerns that he has for the public. Just wanted to address a couple of things that he brought up. The 48-foot turnaround, as he noted, we already agreed to. The fire letter, I apologize, it's not in your packet. We've been in communication with Wentzville Fire District, and they've agreed to this turnaround. There's a note that we placed about the surface, the material that's used for the turnaround was requested by Wentzville Fire. So they have reviewed this. They have signed off on it and given their consent. The school district certainly would work with. A bus wouldn't come down a cul-de-sac of this length. If it was longer, we would be required to place a cul-de-sac, a larger turnaround. A situation like this, the bus isn't going to pull in here. And then just wanted to clear up that Public Water Supply District Number 2 does have a large main that runs out along Highway N there, and I'm not exactly sure the number of residences are currently tapped off of it, but this development will have a extension that comes off of that main and runs up into development, and these 3 lots would be served by public water, and that public water line's available to any of the other residences along Highway N. So just wanted to address some of the concerns that he brought up and let you know that those are things that we've thought about.
Any questions for the applicants? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we'll bring this back to the commission. Any questions, comments, concerns?
Well, I do think that it would be better moving the driveway to the east. I think that the configuration of the lot and the septic system concerns, I think that would, a great deal of that be rectified. So I continue to have that concern.
Okay. Anyone else? If not, the chair will entertain a motion to approve preliminary plat for Dry Creek Ranch, 1703 Highway N.
So moved.
Yeah, I'm sorry, if I can slow down for 1 second. If this is denied, does the applicant have an opportunity to come back with a revised plan showing that road, the access drive being moved? And if so, do they have to wait a year to do that?
They could return, yes, and they would not have to wait a year.
Would not have to wait a year because they made a change to it.
Right, that's only for a rezoning.
Okay.
That's ultimately
Thank you. I
denied
was
by the
getting
county
confused
council.
between those two. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Discussion.
Question back to Ellie with the septic, since this was, unlike looking at it with three different references, or three different homes, it's a family apparently, and they're all going to be living there. As the engineer stated, is that something that you could see where, since they're all they're all family, is way of putting a septic system in that would be favorable for the county?
Well, as you know, planning and zoning, we don't review the actual septic system installation. Let me make sure I have your question.
Oh, it sounds like Gabe had mentioned that he would work moving houses around to work with the counties, which I guess is Sandy May or the other people involved, to make the septic system palatable and would work for the county. And if this was three different homes, you'd have a different thing. So it's almost like one entity. Todd with his home, his in-laws, and living as a family homestead. And we have different zoning where we have cluster homes and sharing a system, maybe a mini septic system where handling three different homes. They could design, what I got from the engineer, he would work with us and maybe design a septic system that would handle three of the homes. We've had a few of those in the past in small subdivisions that they worked out a septic system that they had different varying lot sizes, but they worked out like a community septic system. I think that was off Highway N many years ago. But I mean, with the county, I guess the question, again, I know you don't, do you see that this is something that with the engineering, I think they seem to want to work with the county to make this thing work. Do you see it a viable alternative
Not
to
sure.
this?
The cluster home situation, I believe that was an MBR plant proposed.
Go ahead.
We don't know that this is going to stay family-owned. I know that's the
Yeah.
existing plan now, but there's no guarantees about, especially in today's world, where somebody's job might relocate them to, or any number of other things may come up. So I think that we have to look at it as three separate property owners, and a shared septic system is, unless it's an approved plant, that I don't think it's something that we should really contemplate getting into. That just complicates things way too much. I think that, I'm okay with re-subdividing the lots, but they still have to find a way to get the septic system to work and to meet the approval of Ellie Mae and the rest of our staff. So I think that's separate from what we're talking about tonight. That would still be in their site plan, and it would have to get approved. I guess to summarize it, the big question is, do we require them to move the access driveway? And I can see the strengths and weaknesses on both sides on that one. I appreciate staff, letting us know what our rules are and what the standard is. The question that I'm kind of looking at it is there extenuating circumstances where it makes more sense to have irregular lots and have the access driveway moved over to the proposed location? And personally, I think they made a good case for why we should consider that. I fully recognize that everybody might not see it that way, but that's just how I'm seeing it.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, since we have a motion and a second, Mr. Kuhn, how do you vote?
No.
Mr. Fromm's not here. Mr. Leonard?
No.
Mr. Clary?
No.
I vote yes. Mr. McBride?
Yes.
Mr. Griffin?
Yes.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Klinghammer?
Yes.
Motion passes.
That, of course, was with the 48 foot radius on the door.
Yes. Okay. Now. Okay, next on our agenda, as I announced previously, the preliminary plat for Timberwolf Farms, Old Colony Road, the applicant has requested that remain continued. So the next item is conditional use permit request, CUP 18-12, 4151 Benny Road and 4451 Benny Road. The applicant is Yardstick Studio LLC. The owner is Blue Heron Polo Club LLC. Property zoning is A Agricultural District. Use requested is brew house. The area is 184.08 acres on the north side of Benny Road, approximately 3,000 feet west of Wilson Road in Council District 2. This has been continued from the September meeting. We'll ask the applicant to come forward.
Do we want to hear from staff first, or?
Oh, well, we
We already heard from them last time, but.
yeah, we've already heard from
Anything
staff.
new, Ellie?
Robert was presenting this one.
Yeah, I can, however you want to proceed, it's fine.
Yeah. Okay, let me swear everyone in. You solemnly declare or affirm that you tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury.
Yes, sir.
Please state your names and addresses for the record, please.
Billy Bush, 10184 Winding Ridge Road, St. Louis, Missouri, 63124.
Mark Gottfried, 22 Catfish Court, Defiance, Missouri, 63341.
Rodney Kaczynski, Yardstick Studio, I'm the architect, 2732 West 42nd Avenue, Denver, Colorado.
Okay, and we'll go ahead and see if staff has any additional comments from our prior report.
I would just comment that Councilmember Brazel on October 3rd hosted a meeting about the Benny Road brew houses, both of them, and the applicant was invited and neighbors were invited. And at that meeting, there was a discussion that took place and basically presenting of concerns. And at that meeting, both the applicant and the neighbors indicated they would continue discussions and hope to provide a set of agreed-upon conditions for planning and zoning consideration. So at this point, we've received by email, we forwarded to you, but unfortunately, just recently, both suggested conditions by the neighbors and by the applicant. Now, I have to say that the conditions that were sent to you from both of those parties weren't necessarily in the form that the county would necessarily use as conditions in as part of an ordinance for various reasons. Part of it is that we'd like to provide conditions that have predictable outcomes and assist administration and enforcement. So we have kind of a set format on how we typically will write or recommend conditions. So in order to provide you some guidance on how you might proceed, county staff has provided this memorandum dated today. And again, I realize it's just today, but this is where we've, when we've received the last comments. And this memorandum dated October 17th suggests to you kind of a menu of potential conditions that you might consider with wording that you might have interest in. And you could choose if you want to consider these, and you could choose from them if you like to. You could choose from none of them if you don't like any of them. It's however you want to proceed, but we're here to support what you do and offer you some help.
Any questions of staff? If not, go ahead, Mark.
After the last hearing, we had an opportunity to continue to meet with our neighbors and address their concerns. Our neighbors are very organized, and they have formed a group in order to disseminate information to one another. This has been extremely helpful for both sides because we have been able to interact directly with their delegates, Mike Reth, Steve Sommerkamp, and Dave Berghoff. We have logged no less than 10 hours of face-to-face meeting time, and our conferences have always been friendly, professional, and constructive. All of this work has culminated in a single document which you all have received. This document is not just from the William K. Bush Brewing Company or the neighbors individually, but from us together. Our neighbors' delegates listened to their group and summarized the concerns into a list of items they wanted us to examine. Many of these points we were in agreement with and have accepted that they be written into the CUPs for perpetuity. On a few points, we are at an impasse and are asking for guidance from the county. After we are finished, you will be hearing from the public again. Individuals of the group, captained by the 3 delegates, should be speaking about the points we are at an impasse on. It is understood between the delegates and the William K. Bush Brewing Company that these are the only points we are in disagreement about. The rest we have settled and come to an agreement on. Of course, it's a free country, and individuals can speak on whatever they wish. I would ask that the board keep in mind the many hours of hard work both sides have put into negotiations, and if other topics are mentioned, evaluate whether they have already been laid to rest. The group we have been working with is inclusive of all adjoining properties, and I am confident that the points we negotiated together are representative of those potentially impacted citizens. Education of the permitting process and the conditional permits themselves has been the most important tool in laying out most of our neighbors' concerns to rest. For instance, what's to stop us from building another building or expanding the petting zoo? We have only about 10% leeway on the items shown in the concept plan. Basically, if it's not on there, we didn't apply for it, we can't do it. This fear of the unknown was significant, and we have done our best to address it. Concerns about the well, wastewater, traffic, and noise studies have all been addressed either through the written points we have agreed upon or pending independent third-party analyses which will be publicly available. The points which we are in agreement for, CUP 18-12, are summarized concisely as follows. The addition of the vast majority of the agri-tourism ordinance verbiage. 2, lighting in accordance with the International Dark Sky Association guidelines to prevent light pollution. 3, odor and acoustic impact analyses. 4, a letter from a hydrologist regarding our well plan stating how it will not affect the St. Peter's Sandstone Aquifer. 5, a detailed plan illustrating how wastewater will be handled in accordance with local, state, and federal guidelines. 6, no exterior storage of raw materials, waste, equipment, or inventory. 7, tours will only take place on the 2 CUPs and not any other part of the property. And lastly, 8, the interior public space shall have an occupancy load of no more than 250 patrons. The points which we are in disagreement about for CUP 18-12 are summarized concisely as follows. We do not yet know if improvements to Benny Road will be required. Our traffic study will divulge that. The neighbors would like us to commit to paying for these potential improvements. We would like the county to decide whether it should be us or the taxpayer due to the fact that we will be paying taxes as well. Point 2, the county has requested that we add a vegetated buffer between our property and 4163 Benny Road. We have agreed to do that, and also a second property at 1 Colt Drive. The neighbors would like us to enhance the buffer by 87%, planting the entire depth of the 150-foot setback. We agree to buffer these properties in accordance with the county's direction and may do more, but we feel the cost of the additional ask beyond county recommendations is unnecessary. Point 3, the county staff has recommended maximum hours of operation and imposed rules regarding exterior amplified music. We are in agreement. We may not actually operate during the entire range of hours they suggested, but we do want the right, knowing that we have to abide by the rules of the CUP as well as county noise ordinance. The neighbors have proposed more restricted hours and rules regarding amplified music. 4, it had not occurred to us that we could incorporate the existing skeet range into our business when we created the concept plan. We aren't sure if we ever would or even could do it, or what the regulations might be to operate it in conjunction with the business, but we want the right if it is indeed possible. The neighbors would like to include verbiage that prevents us from ever using it in conjunction with the business. Lastly, the neighbors have asked that much of the verbiage from the agritourism ordinance be added to the brewhouse UDO and our CUPs. We have agreed to 99% of it. However, there is one small section that would prevent 2 CUPs from being within a half mile of one another, and this would create a paradox since we are applying for a second CUP that is less than a mile away. We are requesting that this passage be omitted. Thank you for all the time you've spent learning about our project. We believe that this brewhouse will be an exciting addition to St. Charles, and we would appreciate your approval ahead of our council hearings next month.
I think you hit on all my topics. Yeah, for close. I think I'm going to probably say a couple of the things that Mark just said, but I have a prepared statement, so I'll just go ahead and read through it. I'd like to take a few moments to address the array of topics and concerns that were voiced during the prior session of the Planning and Zoning Commission. During the meeting, I believe there were about 21 or 22 members of the community that spoke concerning the project, and subsequently an equal number of documents that had been submitted. Many or most of the items brought forth expressed concerns within the neighborhood and the community about the project, and there were others that expressed subjects of support. The bottom line is that all the topics voiced during the last session and in successive conversations throughout the community over the last month are all valid points, legitimate concerns, and items that certainly should be addressed throughout the development of this and, quite frankly, any other development or project. During the last month's hearing, the topic discussed varied across a wide spectrum. After reviewing the transcripts and documents, I realized that all of the items can be classified and they fit well within 3 distinct categories. Rather than attempt to address all of the specific items individually tonight, I feel it would be more productive to consider the broader categories and how each area would be captured and resolved through the regular development process of a project. Those 3 areas of concern are capacity, consumption, and environmental impact. After listing all of the various concerns that everyone that got up here and spoke, I realized that they can all fit in pretty succinct little categories. Capacity, for example, would address issues surrounding items such as traffic, not only the vehicles, but the number of customers, the capacity of existing infrastructure, including the road, the hours of operation, establishing a procedure that would manage any potential future growth, and as Mark alluded to, those are all in the CUP, and that's what manages that future growth. We can't build more than what we're applying for at this time. Consumption, that entails things as utilities and natural resources and public services. I think fire and rescue were one resource brought up by several of the speakers last time. And finally, the environmental impact. And this would entail items concerning the management of the land, the handling of waste materials, water, again, establishing protections for the natural resources, air in terms of smells, light, and sounds. These are all issues that are legitimate concerns, not simply for this project, but for any proposed development. Therefore, communities have codes, rules, regulation, ordinances, and procedures in place, processes that ensure any proposed project should meet the standards set forth by the community. Regulations to ensure health, well-being, and the quality of life of its residents. And protect property values, ensure the future success and growth for a thriving community. These processes are enacted not to suspend growth or change, but to manage it in a smart and reasonable manner and adopt the community's changing needs and conditions. This conceptual review and this hearing is but the first step in that process. Change happens in every municipality, community, and neighborhood. And I'm sure when the Benny Road was first paved from its original dirt and gravel inceptions, there were concerns about the blacktop and that it would bring more traffic through the neighborhood. And when the original properties owned by the Benny family or the properties owned by the Wilsons along that same road were divided into smaller parcels so that others could build their homes, the character of the neighborhood changed. I'm sure there were neighbors who had concerns at that time at the effect that it might change their life. Just as there are concerns today that need to be addressed about how it will affect it now. We have come before this commission to seek your approval for this conceptual plan, this conceptual design, as defined within our presentation and proposal. A design for the purposes of constructing and establishing a beer hall brewery at 4151 Benny Road. We feel that our proposal meets and/or exceeds all the regulations, requirements established by St. Charles County, and its submittal process for the conceptual plan review and the adopted ordinances. We agree with the plan review staff's recommendations and have adopted those recommendations as part of our revised conceptual plan. And should this conceptual plan be given approval, we have the full confidence that this project shall not only continue to meet the requirements of St. Charles County Community Development Department and other regulatory agencies, but that the final project will address the concerns brought forth during this review and at each of the required phases of the development process. We believe that this project will be an asset to the county, that it fits well within the context of the existing character and charm of the surrounding neighborhood, and that it would promote the culturally significant attributes of the area and the community. Thank you for your consideration for our conceptual plan. We look forward to having the opportunity to develop the project further and continue work with the county and community addressing the concerns throughout the process to ensure this project will be an asset for the community and one which the community can be proud. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant? Okay.
So you mentioned that one of the sticking points is the traffic. Who would pay for if there were improvements to be made, who would pay for it? You're essentially saying it'd be up to the county to decide.
We're open to your decision on that, but we were not willing to put verbiage in that we committed to pay for it. If you decide we have to pay for it, then we have to pay for it. But if the county's going to pay for it, then the county pays for it. It's your decision.
We did engage with a traffic engineer, BCC Traffic Engineering and Design. They're one that worked for the county regularly, and they were also recommended by our civil engineer. And as we just began the early discussions with them, we don't know what the improvements would be at this time. I believe you asked about having an entrance and what that might look like the last time, and we just don't have enough information at this.
Mr. Kuhn asked that.
Yep. Someone, did you, ask for an entrance? And we talked to him, and he goes, well, we just don't know what would have to happen at the front, so we decided, let's just wait and see. They basically go through a process of determining what would need to be done, if anything, once they start to analyze the business model and the anticipated traffic and that sort of thing.
Okay.
What do you feel like is your biggest hurdle?
Traffic-wise?
What do you feel like the biggest thing that you have to deal with that your neighbors are in opposition to?
I think probably the impact on their lives and making sure that we address all their concerns, meaning the sound, there are issues brought up with smell. I don't think those are going to be a concern. So I think the sound is probably one of our hardest ones. It's one of the hardest ones to manage. To that point, Mark and I went out there today and did a little study on our own. I actually bought a registered sound meter that's like synced, and just to play around, not that it's official. And we were pretty happy with the results we were getting when he's blasting his loud stereo system out there today. And I think it's all manageable. So I'm not really concerned that we can't address all of them. It's just making sure that we do address all of them and that we're cognizant of those concerns.
Has a traffic study been commissioned? Is it being?
Not yet. We have engaged them and we have them under contract, and we were waiting for recommendations from here before we proceeded forward as to the direction that we may or may not have to go. Obviously, we don't want to spend resources if
Yeah, well,
we don't have a direction.
That's what I brought up, because I live out there. Mark's, we've met several times as well. And one, I think it's been stated the last time a traffic study was done in 1987. One of the letters that was written in by Ms. Gilbertson, she said at that time, she thought Double D or Bryant Road ended at Feisey Road, so a lot has changed. Obviously, we've seen a lot of growth. And again, going back to the traffic study, we had a winery that wanted to go in with a business plan there at Benny Road in Double D. We had a lot of testimony. We had people from St. Charles County ambulance. They said that was one of the most dangerous intersections. They've flown more helicopters than they're taking people out, and that's on Double D. And that was a couple years ago. It was denied. But again, it was the issue of traffic, and this is, a subjective area. People that drive it, and I know you drive it, not so much as Billy does, but if you drive down Double D, the quarry traffic is just horrendous. They are going hell-bent for leather. They used to go on Highway 94, and the State Highway Patrol set up scales there, found out most of them were not in compliance or overweight, and they'd get fined $2,000. It didn't mean anything to them because they would make it up with more trips. Then they got smart. We're not going to go on Highway 94. We're going to go on Double D. There's no shoulders. The police can't even pull you over for a speeding ticket unless they pull into somebody's driveway. There aren't any places to pull over. So the truck traffic is really a major concern, and I brought it up at the last meeting. I think this is really paramount, having this traffic study. If, let's just play devil's advocate, and I love your project and everything, but let's say the traffic study comes back, man, this is a problem, this should not be in this area, or you're going to have to put an interchange, a lot of expense with the road, and it's not suitable for that area. And everybody that that spoke against us, it's a bedroom community, and I realize what you're trying to do. But if this gets approved, and then we find out the traffic study is more than what you ever anticipated, this is really, then you can't put the genie back in the bottle. If you approve this and you find out, yeah, I don't need applause, but I'm just trying to be analytical about it. Since it's been such a long time and so much has developed out here, I think it's imperative to have a traffic study. I also brought up, because Craig's not here, but most of the petitioners that have traffic studies, because they're writing the check, they're always in the favor of the petitioners, and that's a fact. And I know some of them, I questioned one of them that was in Wincastle, and they did a traffic study there, and then you went to the methodology, and the guy was sitting out with a hand counter, sitting in a chair. He was an engineering firm in Clayton, and he took it between hours when nobody's going to work. So it was a very low impact. And this was.
I guess I will remind everybody that the county does have two bites at the apple, so to speak. The traffic study will be completed before the county council has the first reading and second reading on it, which will be another month from now, and I'm quite sure that it'll be completed by then, and will also give us time to review the methodology, to use your word, of how they conducted that traffic study to make sure that it's done appropriately.
And secondly, which was brought up by Mark, who pays for this? If this is a major expense, I know Billy doesn't want to pay for it. I, as a taxpayer, I don't really want to pay for it. But who does? I don't know. I know from some of the other developments in other planning and zoning districts in Chesterfield, where they've had developers, not like you, but a development would come in that would impact not only roads and tax schools. They passed and required the developer to put in escrow 25% of the project cost to cover the impact, because a lot of these developers, mostly home builders, they'll come in,
Again, I think we're
build a
getting-
lot of homes and get out of Dodge City.
Not that those points aren't valid, but that's above and beyond what the scope of this board is here
Yeah.
to really to work on and decide. We have other boards that, unfortunately I said on that one, but that's something that we have to wrestle with all the time is, is every new development good development?
Right.
And we have to look and balance the county's budget on.
Well, going back to the county council, because I'm going to bring it up with the Bluffs, there was not one person that was for the Bluffs. We voted it down, and you guys passed it. And I know I listened.
Gary, I'm not going to debate
Yeah.
that issue with you, but what we passed was significantly different than what this board saw.
I understand, but some of the board members don't even listen to the testimony, which I feel,
Well, let's stay on point.
okay.
Gentlemen, appreciate all of your input. Just wanted to make a comment, if you wouldn't mind switching back. Well, switch back, I know you won't be able to read it, but that is a document from the Missouri Department of Transportation. I mentioned this last time. We were elated to hear that they are completely refurbishing Highway Double D from 64 all the way to 94, and that will be complete before our doors are ever open. So in terms of shoulders and safety improvements, that section of road is being improved because, as you stated, Gary, it's in need of repair at this time. So that's something that hopefully wouldn't have to worry about as much. And of course, CBB, as Rod mentioned, we started working with them, and then we found that it's one and the same that you work with. So we feel that this is completely an independent third party, and they'll be able to take care of this for us. And it'll be we've agreed to make it publicly available, and everyone will be able to take a look at it, the data, raw data.
Okay. I have a
sorry.
question, since it was not brought up at last month's meeting. Could you give us any type of information about the use of the trap skeet range?
I'm going to be honest with you. We absolutely never even considered this, and it was brought up by the neighbors, and we kind of were like, well, we hadn't really thought of that, but darn, that does sound slightly cool. That could be pretty neat for having some of our things. We have not done any research in terms of the regulation or what may or may not be required. I would imagine that there are maybe even a second CUP required something. So again, it's not something we've investigated, but the neighbors were asking that we put permanent verbiage in there that says we can never use it no matter what, even with a second CUP, and we were not willing to commit to that. If it's legal and we do it right, we don't want to forbid ourselves from being able to use it at some point in the future, but we don't have any plans to.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for the applicants?
I'd like to just go back to the traffic study just for a minute. I'd like to, my understanding is that the genie's not out of the bottle once this project gets approved by this panel. This is just the first step in a whole series of approvals that have to come from various departments, agencies, and entities. And it was my understanding that during the sites planning process, that's when the traffic studies are appropriate to do. So yes, it's taking the cork off the bottle at this and giving us the approval to move forward to start those studies. But I think it would be overly burdensome to a potential builder to request that they spend tens and hundreds of thousands of dollars of research on a project that we just are stopped at the first stop here. And of course, the project couldn't proceed forward unless all of those traffic study regulations were met. And of course, there's a lot of figuring out to do about who would pay for that. Anecdotal piece of information I got from BCC was they were saying that a 2-lane road of that size, and they looked it up and looked it up on their maps, can handle 10,000 vehicles a day. So the widening of that road and all of that would be fine because there's no, we're talking.
Meaning unnecessary.
Well, where they said they don't know if we would have to have additional turn lanes put in near the turns based on our traffic volumes. But the road itself would hold, an exponential number of traffic more than we were proposing on having. And so it's not really letting the genie out of the bottle. It's giving us the approval to go ahead and know that we have at least some good faith that we can continue forward and hire these people and start spending the money to do the research, submitting it to the county, and making sure that it follows all the regulations and rules. So, sorry.
Any other questions for the applicants? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Now we will reopen the public hearing regarding CUP 18-12. Before we get started, I would like to remind everyone that was here last month, we were here for quite a while. So we've already heard your concerns about light pollution, noise abatement, odor and abating any odors, the aquifer for the water, traffic, disposal of trash and the waste from the brewing process, the effect on property values, the amount of beer that be produced, number of employees, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, so we've heard those concerns. Tonight, if you care to come forward, please address something other than those issues. Okay, we have taken notice of those. Mark did point out the points of disputes, which I've noted. So with that, we'll open the public hearing. Anyone would like to come forward and speak regarding this request?
Can I ask, is it okay if we put this or down lower?
Yeah.
So that the audience can see?
Yeah.
Sure, yeah.
Do you solemnly declare or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Steve Summercamp. I live at 4313 Diana Lane, Wentzville, Missouri. My property adjoins the northeast corner of the CUP application. First off, I'd like to say thank you to the commission for continuing this last month to give us all an opportunity to gather some more information, get additional facts, try and figure out how this is going to impact us. You know, there were a lot of questions and concerns that were raised. We're going to do our best not to repeat, not to go over. Please understand, I think Mark made us out a little bit more organized than we are. We're literally just a bunch of citizens trying to grapple with this. So we will do our best. Please give us a little bit of leeway if you hear a few overlaps. We didn't have any meetings to discuss exactly verbiage for every single person. Like Mark said, and it was brought up by Robert, we did have a meeting on the 3rd with a small representative group of people, the applicant, some county staff, Councilman Klinghammer, Councilman Brazel, to go over some of this stuff. During that time, we were asked to compromise. Both parties were asked to compromise and try and find a way forward that we could both live with. You know, I think we stated in that meeting that ideally we think that while the brew house itself is a really good idea, we think that it's maybe better suited for another location that has infrastructure and some of the things that we talked about. But we also understand that because of the recent UDO change, the applicant has the right to ask for this brew house at this location. So we have gone through and tried to try and find compromise, and Mark ran through a lot of them. I'm not going to, I don't get the time to stand up here and counteract all the pieces that we have trouble with. Hopefully you've gotten an opportunity to read it. I know it was at the last hour. We've been continuing to work to try and find compromises, and quite frankly, we've got times and places that we can't find compromise. We feel like we've submitted options and solutions. Sometimes we've been met pretty well. Other times we haven't. We've kind of heard falling back of, well, whatever the county staff recommends, that's what we're good with. Quite honestly, you know, the whole reason we're here is because this UDO change, and I know they said they're going to follow all the guidelines of the change, but that's kind of part of the problem is that this UDO change that was created was done specifically for the applicant. They said they went to county staff, and staff asked them what they wanted, and voila, we got a UDO change that essentially has no restrictions. And so, you know, my question is why? Why was this done? Why was the UDO changed for an applicant at the expense of citizens? Why has there not been any critical questions by staff of this project? All the critical questions seem to come from citizens and from the commissioners. You know, there weren't any protections put into this UDO change other than this meeting right here. This is the only protection that was allowed for citizens, was the opportunity to speak. There weren't any other restrictions that were put in place by the county staff when they submitted this for a change. Ultimately, this commission and the county council are going to have to make the decision of what, if this brew house goes in, what it looks like. And what we're asking for is, we're asking for this commission to do what the county staff frankly didn't do, is to protect us, to provide some provisions that will allow us to maintain a similar lifestyle without being truly impacted. You know, one of the conditions of the CUP approval process is that the existing uses won't be injured, won't be harmed by this new application or this new conditional use. In the county's own analysis, they said that we're going to get impacted, you know, but yet they went ahead and recommended approval for this, and I don't understand why, if this is in direct violation of the CUP process, that they would recommend approval for something when they've stated that we're going to get impacted. I do want to acknowledge Mark. He has done a really good job. This has not been easy for anybody. We've spent a ton of time and energy, and Mark has been honest with me. He's never walked away, and that says a lot about his character, and I want to acknowledge that, Mark, in public, that you could have been a lot different. You weren't, and I appreciate that personally. So I'm going to end on this idea, on this note. There is a burden of proof to show that people in this community aren't going to be impacted by this improvement, negatively impacted by this improvement. That burden of proof should not be on the citizens that exist and that are there. That burden of proof should be on the applicant. And my question is, has that been done? Has that really been done? I'd love to, I could stand up here for hours and go over all the different pieces. I'm not going to, we don't have the time for it. I hope that you take into consideration all the things that were in those documents that you received, and why we feel the way we do. We feel like we've made some good compromises or suggestions. We hope that you're willing to implement those to protect us.
Okay.
Thank you.
I will, for the record, to answer your one question, that this creation of the definition of brew house was done without the participation, consent, involvement, or knowledge of this commission. We were not aware of it until about 6 days prior to our meeting of last month.
I fully understand that. I share, hopefully we're on the same page that that's not the way it should be done, but we both understand that's the way it was done. So, thank you.
Anyone else? You solemnly declare or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury.
Yes.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Cindy Strutman, 4396 Huffmeyer Road, Wentzville, Missouri, 63385.
Go ahead, Cindy.
First, I would like to thank Billy Bush and Mark Gottfried for the time they have given to discuss the issues that were most important to us. One of the guidelines of the CUP is permitted users are not to be harmed. All of the residents chose this area in an agricultural area to get away from the city life and all that entails. We choose to drive an hour or more to work because when we get home, we are looking for exactly what we have. Because of what we value, we do believe the CUP will harm us in ways that we value most, the tranquility of our area. We live here. We enjoy the outdoors. Here's what you may not know. Even though we are all living on 3 to 10 acres parcels of land on very quiet nights, we can hear our neighbors talking. Can you imagine what we'll hear with a brew house right next door? The nearest commercial development is a gas station store, which is located at Highway D and Double D. Its total square footage is smaller than most people's garages. It is located at an intersection where, quite frankly, a gas station should be. The closest restaurant bar area is in New Melly, over 5 miles away. The residents who choose to live in this area also chose not to buy in New Melly, yet we're being asked to accept a proposal for a brew house within 1,500 feet of our backyard. The approval of the CUP will do exactly what it states not to do, harm the permitted users. The property values in this area have stayed consistent because this area is very unique. We have a 400-acre park within walking distance where you can ride your horse, your bike, or hike the trails. Every neighbor resides on 3 to 10 acres, giving us room to breathe. If you put a brew house in the middle of all that, I believe that our property values will decrease, not increase, again, which will cause harm to every resident who expects to sell their home in the future. We want to stay, and we want to enjoy our lives here. The residents that surround the brew house are not at all against the brew house idea in and of itself. Given that most of the residents are opposed to the location of the brew house, maybe we could look at alternatives. After a quick search today, I found multiple other location sites that could be considered. One is the highly visible site at Caledonia Center. Parking is abundant and has perfect access visibility to Highway 64. Farm-to-table restaurants can also be located in business districts. There are a few fantastic ones in Cottleville. Also along the 64 corridor is the 6.5 acres. It has electric, gas, sewer, and water at the site. It also has easy access to Highway K and Highway 64. Let's put a brew house where a brew house belongs. Thank you for your time, and all that we are asking is that you give this the necessary thought and attention that it deserves to protect the citizens. It is, after all, up to you. Thank you very much for your time.
Do you solemnly declare or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Bill Carrier, 4310 Diana Lane, Wentzville, Missouri, 63385. If I could get some assistance, I have a chart that I would like to show.
Just put it up there and they'll switch it.
As was previously discussed, we have been having some conversations between the brewing company and the local residents community, if you will. And as both Steve and Mark have indicated, we have a couple of topics or several topics that we still remain in disagreement. I'd like to focus on 2 of those topics tonight, specifically the brew house business hours and the use of the skeet range that currently is located on subject property. While many ideas were considered in good faith during our negotiation, a key common denominator in significantly mitigating issues regarding traffic, noise, waste management, safety, and light pollution is the facility's business hours. The St. Charles County Planning and Zoning Commission staff recognized this relationship in their brewhouse analysis report. However, their proposed business hour limitation of 11 p.m. 7 days a week is not truly a limitation at all and will not mitigate our issues during the evening hours. Evening hours are a special concern as the ambient noise and light levels in our portion of St. Charles County are very low, a characteristic that drew many of the residents to this area. As shown on the displayed chart, our residents group suggested the following business limits to the brewing company. Specifically, a 6-day-a-week business operation, concluding business at 8 p.m. with extended hours for special events and no external amplified noise past 6 p.m. The brewing company rejected these limits, citing their adverse business impact. Following their response, I made an informal business hour study of 8 wineries located in St. Charles County, as shown in the bottom of this chart. As you can see, with few exceptions, these firms cease operations in the early evening. Now, some people believe they only do this to provide opportunities for weddings and other large parties. While that may be true for some days, it is clear that no winery has such an event every day of the year. And yet, these limits remain in place every day of the year. The wineries are successful businesses and have proved such business hour limits are not a significant constraint. It was very satisfying to hear Mr. Balducci tonight with his concern and his action regarding sound control for his conditional use permit. We've got a lot of concern on our side, but we haven't heard much action. We believe our proposal is a generous, realistic limit. Given the brew company's rejection of it, we request the Planning and Zoning Commission at the very least include our limits as a requirement of the proposed conditional use permit. Furthermore, given the similarities of the winery and brew house businesses, the Commission should consider more restrictive brew house business hour limits consistent with the proven winery operation to prevent an escalation of business hours amongst these firms. My second topic concerns Mr. Bush and the brew company's plans for a skeet shooting range on 4151 Benny Road property adjacent to the proposed brew house. We are strongly opposed to this plan in the interest of public safety and maintaining a reasonable level of noise. We are not anti-gun by any means. I am a skeet target shooter myself and have been for 46 years. The skeet shooting range was not included on the site plan submitted for the brewhouse conditional use permit. It is so close to our homes that my next door neighbor has recovered debris from shooting activities in his swimming pool filter. During our initial meeting with Mr. Bush and the brewing company, he stated that the range would only be used for his family and friends' personal use. But then over time, we have seen that morph into, hey, we could potentially use this as part of the business. This is the heart of our concern, is basically growth or use beyond the original agreements that we want to put in place. And really, the bottom line is, regardless of who uses the range, its proximity to the brew house raises a concern about the potential for mixing, drinking, and shooting. The NRA's own gun safety documentation states, and I quote, "Alcohol must not be used before or while handling and shooting guns." Also, Missouri Statute 571.030 makes it a crime for anyone to use a firearm while intoxicated. I ask you, what guarantees can Mr. Bush and the brewing company provide us that such will never happen? Shooting ranges must comply with federal laws and could be subject to an EPA environmental impact study if there is concern that the lead shot that is distributed after the shooting takes place is affecting the surrounding land and water. If you look at the Lexington Park development plat, it shows a protected natural water course between some of our homes and the Bush skeet range. Like some other brewhouse environmental impacts, it doesn't appear that such a study has been conducted or is even planned. We understand the shooting range represents a special family memory for Mr. Bush. Thus, we propose to leave the trap houses in place and remove the target throwing equipment. Doing so will not significantly impact his shooting activities, as there's a beautiful, state-of-the-art, properly supervised shooting facility within 8 minutes' drive of the brewhouse property. We request the Planning and Zoning Commission prohibit continued use of the skeet shooting range under any circumstances as a requirement for the proposed conditional use permit. Again, thank you for listening and your consideration of our views as equal stakeholders in this process, both under the law and with shared interest in the future of St. Charles County. Thank you, gentlemen.
Do you solemnly declare or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Tom Dixon. I live at 11 Country Life Lane in Defiance, Missouri. And in doing research for tonight, it was very interesting. As a resident of District 2, I came across a statement by our elected official, and it says, I've consistently and persistently fought for my constituents for doing the right thing and not getting manipulated with large organizations that persuade politicians on what's best for them and not the general public. And out of respect for the applicant, I know they did not want to hear about things that have been talked about before. One of the sticking points, as mentioned, was traffic. Traffic is very much of a concern for the residents in the area. Mr. Griffin, obviously you know the roads in that area. And I will say, in good conditions, the Double D Highway, and Benny Road are challenging at best. So on a nice fall night like tonight, when you could get rain or possibly rain and snow, I want you gentlemen to consider the young families that live out there with potential drivers that within the next year or two will be young teenage drivers on those roads. What we have and what we're promised was an impact study on traffic that would be conducted and handed over to the commission prior to moving forward with any more of the information on the CUP. We have not had that, and as stated earlier, it was 1987 that the last true impact on traffic was conducted. Unofficially, I found something in 2005. Let's consider what has gone on in that area since, well, just 2005. We've had Bromelsick Park. We have had the soccer complex at Highway Double D and 40. We have had the park at New Melly, 400-acre park that is soon to open. O'Day Park, which is soon to be opening as well. All family-oriented attractions. Now, those will be bringing families out at a huge rate on the weekends. Now, what we're also looking at with the Brew House, this attraction is going to be putting a lot of people on the roads with those families that'll be out for family activity. Let's consider the young students that are going to be going to and from school, extracurricular activities, or even working. These are young drivers that are ill-equipped to handle competing with the roads with people that may be impaired from alcohol, which I'm going to assume are going to be one of the major concerns, and that's going to be one of the priorities of people attending the Brew House. So what we were told that impact study would be conducted, and I have the concerns here. The impacts of increased traffic should not be paid for upfront by the county, only to be reimbursed slowly over time through taxes by the applicant. The impacted residents should not be asked to accept a brew house they don't want and then be forced to pay for road improvements as a result of its operations. The proposal should not move forward until we can determine the real impacts of a traffic study. Although the commission has asked for a study, one has not been provided. The excuse, we don't want to do that, it costs money, and we shouldn't have to accept that. Doing the right thing, it should be the guidepost. The cost of a particular item should not outweigh the right or the safety. And as AC mentioned earlier, the commission should be in charge of the public health, welfare, and safety. So, gentlemen, the success of this business is not going to be determined by the hours that they have at the brew house. Their success will be determined by the ability to create quality beer and ship it to sites for distribution. The customer interface is the portion of the business that will impact all the existing residents the most. We have not asked for a restriction on production of the brew house. We're asking for the restriction of the hours, for the peace and quiet, and for the permitted use. Now, it was very refreshing to hear Mr. Balducci talk about his concern for the neighbors. Now, we hear tonight that, wow, maybe a shooting range. That sounds like a great idea. Doesn't sound like there's a whole lot of concern for the residents. And the safety of the young drivers and the people that live there that have to navigate these roads on a routine basis, I implore you to consider with you moving forward with your determination for this project. I once again want to thank you for your time and thank you for the considerations.
Thank you. You solemnly swear or affirm you tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Thomas
And address.
Dugan Jr. I live at 2 Country Life Lane, Defiance, Missouri. Be patient, gentlemen. I will come to a point very quickly. If someone came before this committee and asked to open an Outback Steakhouse on Benny Road, you would say no. Or a Cineplex, a 14-screen Cineplex, you would say no. Mattress, giant dirt, cheap cigarettes and beer, that would be no and hell no. None of these would stand a chance because of one simple thing, zoning. Those are commercial enterprises, they belong in a commercial zone. The area around Benny and Wilson Roads is not zoned for commercial enterprises, it's agricultural and rural residential. It has been for 40 years. From speaking with my neighbors over the last 30 days, many of my neighbors feel this proposal is, their frustration about this is not really about the proposal itself. It's that the zoning process, a process we rely on to protect our property values and other interests, to protect the very character of our area, has been hacked. This is not an indictment of the applicant or anyone on his team. I believe they approached St. Charles County in good faith regarding what they were proposing, and they've been playing the cards that the county offered to them. Since the last meeting, they've shown a willingness to meet with the residents of the area and hear our concerns. It's not a perfect process, but it is happening, and we do appreciate that. The rezoning process itself, to really rezone an area and make it commercial, this is arduous and complicated, and that's by design. So that a change to the character of an area, when it occurs very slowly and with very deliberate planning. From the beginning of this, however, the establishment of a brew house as a conditional use in an established agricultural zone has felt to us like a shortcut to that zoning process. As you know, the ink was barely dry on the changes to the UDO when this proposal was brought before this commission. Mr. Griffin even commented that the changes, the parameters for this particular conditional use weren't even in his binder yet. And yet you were expected to hear this proposal and vote on it in that meeting 30 days ago. Our fear is that this sets a precedent, that this will become a roadmap on how to bypass our area's zoning regulations on a regular basis. As much as it seems unfair to the applicant, a no vote on this permit would send a message to St. Charles County that this is no way to do business and no way to treat tax-paying citizens. Thank you, gentlemen, for your time.
Anyone else? You solemnly declare or affirm that you tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Kendall Schmidt, 3988 Benny Road, Defiance, Missouri. And I first want to state that I'm speaking on behalf of my son-in-law, Michael Rath. He's on 3939 Benny Road. He's unable to attend this evening due to a family emergency. So I'm going to read his statement, basically. It's been nearly 6 weeks since we learned about this proposed brewery project. Since the early inception, we as residents have been clamoring to understand what is actually being proposed, how we got to this point. What does a brew house, brewery, even mean to our own personal residential impact? We have had plenty of discussion around the topic with county staff, councilmen, the applicant, even as a group that met 2 weeks ago in this office with applicants, staff, and Councilman Brazel. The intent was to understand mostly around how the UDO was modified to accommodate the applicant and his proposed use. Early on, we were originally told that the agritourism protocol, known as the AT, was the basis for this UDO change and definition. As it was explained to us during our meeting 2 weeks ago, staff shared that the AT wasn't the original basis for the newly modified brewhouse UDO. This puzzled even Councilman Brazel, who kept saying the AT was the basis for the UDO modifications, correct? He was corrected by staff. We were told, in fact, they used an agricultural use case basis and specific modifications to meet this project by the applicant. We, as residents, sat there and were very confused, not only by the approach, but the confusion amongst those that work inside the county government. We ask, why wasn't the AT not the basis, given that it has been, item number 1, fully vetted by county government to manage the entire winery business the past decade and beyond? 2, it had delivered the most balanced protection for both residents and winery business owners. 3, has the most precedent of time and use than any other applicable UDO protocol. If the president of the AT is and has worked for St. Charles County for all these years, why is it not the foundation for this Brewhouse UDO? It was clear that the Brewhouse UDO is still muddy and confusing to staff and council members as currently written. So much so that councilman said, "We will probably modify this UDO and put much of the AT back into its definition." If our own council believes that the UDO is flawed in its current definition and wording, requires modifications to adopt more of the AT protections that have set a very livable precedent of protections for residents and businesses, why are we rushing to push this applicant through the process, only to eventually change the UDO? However, potentially grandfathering this applicant into this largely unrestricted and open-ended brewery UDO use case. In closing, we ask that if this precedent of impact is how we make good county policy, use your power as P&Z to protect the citizens of St. Charles County, specifically the 26 residents directly impacted by this project. Require that the AT language be implemented. Require the environmental, traffic, and cost impact studies be completed before you make your permanent approval for both applications in their current form. Thank you for your time.
Anyone else? You solemnly declare or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury.
Yes, I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Thank you very much. Arnie C. A.C. Dienoff, P.O. Box 1535, O'Fallon, Public Advocate and resident. I don't want to repeat anything that's been said. I've watched the video from last month. There's a lot of issues here. I'd like to see compromise, concern, and understanding by the commission, by the residents, and by Mr. Bush. I have 6 items that I'd like to go through and put on the public record. Number 1, a traffic study is definitely needed before any further consideration of this commission. In my opinion, for the past 2 months since this project has been discussed in the community and the media, the cart has been put before the horse. It's time that the commission stands up and requires developers and builders to do the right thing and make the right priorities. You need to know what the traffic counts are in the traffic study before even considering the CUP. I've asked staff month after month. I thought we'd learn this at the research park with the traffic study and other things. I thought we'd learn our lessons. We're back here once again without change. Number 2, Benny Road improvements. It should be on Mr. Bush. He's making the impact on the community. It shouldn't be put on the backs of taxpayers. In my opinion, in this scenario, this plan, an impact fee is appropriate in this situation. Mr. Bush is causing the improvements and the impact on traffic and the neighbors, and so Mr. Bush should pay the fees to construct the proper road for safety measures and for the community and the neighborhood. Number 3, public safety. There are needs that will be taxed on our police department. Our wine country has one dedicated officer in the peak times. Will this venue or this district, this area, need another police officer or 2 police officers to conduct sobriety checkpoints, to do safety, traffic enforcement, to make sure that our laws are being enforced, if there's any arguments at this property? It's going to be taxing on our police department, and I think the owner should make a contribution to our police department to pay for a full-time police officer for this area. Number 4, I ask that the commission table this conditional use permit for 1 month to find common ground, understanding, and compromise on both sides. 4A, there were late changes that was testified by commissioners and by staff with late emails, late compromises, and even conditions that we don't even understand and have not been apprised of in the public. To the county counselor's office, who is sitting to my right, I'm asking that there may be concerns of violations of our Sunshine Law, Chapter 610 of the Revised State Statutes of Missouri. In particular, the Open Meetings Act and the public records documents not meeting our county charter and Chapter 610 of the Revised State Statutes for proper notification of the public of public documents, supporting documents in the meeting packet of the Planning and Zoning Commission. For those reasons, I believe that the Attorney General should conduct an investigation and to see if there's any wrongdoings or violation of Chapter 610 of the Revised State Statutes of Missouri. Number 5, public participation for all property owners is the first consideration of this commission. As was stated several times by myself and another speaker, it's a public health, safety, and welfare that is the number one priority of this commission. Number 6, this is a citizens commission. You are all citizens, all taxpayers, all very involved in our community of St. Charles County. You need to put residents and citizens first above anybody else. And that's what I close with you and leave you with, to put citizens' concerns. And let's have a great project that's beneficial to everybody on both sides. Let's have a compromise. But the key is there's been late changes, late conditions, and I don't think it's fair, and I think there are possible violations of state law in terms of the Open Meetings Act and public records that need to be divulged to everybody behind me. For those reasons, I'm asking that you table this for 1 month to do the traffic study and to divulge the public documents in the supporting documents of the Planning and Zoning Commission, so everybody is a transparent and open, honest governmental format and governmental practices. Thank you.
Anyone else? We'll go over here. He beat you up. Just stay close. Do you solemnly declare or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Matthew Settlemore at 66 Sunfish Drive, Defiance, Missouri, 63341.
Go ahead, Matthew.
While it's fresh, what the guy just talked about, as far as the citizens' concerns, we also are up here for the citizens' wants, and I'm up here for the want of the brewery, in favor for the brewery. So, there's two sides, and it usually falls about 50-50. So it's not all about the 26 people, it's about the other thousands of people in St. Charles County that would like this brewery. Also, I'm not going to bore you with any statutes or numbers or anything like that, but just basic likes of this project. I'm an avid mountain biker runner. I see the Bromley Park and the brewery area as being kind of co-joined as a good venture. Everybody that knows there's trail races, there's runs, and there's mountain bike races, and they always usually conclude with some beer drinking. I think it would be really nice opportunity to have somewhere to possibly ride your bike to, enjoy a beer, and then go back. Horseback riders out there that I've talked to, friends of mine said that it would be a neat opportunity to possibly trail ride over to the brewery, tie up your horse, have a beer, then go back. It is would be unique to the area since it's not a winery, it's a brew house. We don't have anything like that. I'm a beer guy, I'm not a big wine guy. I like the idea. They can't, as far as building anything they want, I'm going to just bring up a quick example of what happened recently with the Quarry Wine Garden. They're building a parking lot. They weren't supposed to build a parking lot. They're in threatened of having their liquor license revoked. So you just can't go, oh, we want to build this now because we have this property and this use permit, because they won't allow it. Just a point to be made. And final thing, with the Balducci approval that happened tonight, he didn't have to have a traffic study for his intersection. He didn't have to have a water study for the wastewater that's going to be done, have by a couple, 300-400 people at this wedding venue. He didn't have to have a noise study already done. Why is it different for this project to move forward when they've agreed to have these things done after this preliminary approval. So, thank you.
Do you solemnly declare or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Chris Wimmer. I live at 4354 Wilson Road, Wentzville, Missouri.
Go ahead, Chris.
I appreciate, that you opened with the list of complaints, concerns. The list is long, they're serious, and they're valid. I've been here before and heard the commission ask an applicant one question that I think would cut through the vast majority of those concerns, and that is there a more suitable site for this development? The answer here is absolutely yes. Not only is there a more suitable site, but the applicant owns that site already. To use some of Mark and Billy's own language, they want this development here because of the beauty and the fact that it's a very small development, that's to be argued, I guess, and that on this property they could nestle it in where it would, the nearest neighbor would only be 900 feet or 9,000 feet away. Well, in this other location that's only a mile away, it's the same beauty. It's literally the same place. And it's 4 times as big, I think, something like that. So to nestle this development inside of this land that Billy already owns, the impact on the surrounding area would be way reduced. As a matter of fact, he would be the only one affected. Which brings me to often when homeowners come to complain about a development, they're dismissed because they seem to be saying, not in my backyard. Well, here, the shoe's on the other foot. We've got the developer here that owns a beautiful, suitable site with infrastructure, access to a state highway, not residential roads. And he's saying, not in my backyard. And I think that's even more egregious considering he just stood here and for the record said he lives in Ladue. This isn't even his home, it's his second home. The rest of us only have one. This is it, and these homes are our only homes, and this development is going to impact them dramatically and negatively. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else care to speak in the public hearing? Oh, sir, she beat you up. Ladies first. You solemnly declare or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
State your name and address for the record.
Tricia Capeller, I'm at 4109 Highway D, Defiance, Missouri. I apologize if my voice gives out. I'm not used to public speaking. And can I ask just before I get started, because I do have a point that, are we taking both parcels, just the first one? Okay. So this would apply to both anyway. When I looked at the code and the regulations that came out, it looked like, as was addressed earlier, it was regarding the winery tourism. And it looks like it adopted most of it, but it didn't adopt the part that to me seemed like it would apply to both, which was the 3, C and D, which it says the plans for required infrastructure improvements such as provision of water service, sewage disposal, utility service, and access to public roads and highways. And D, statements of the expected number of employees and visitors to be accommodated daily during the months of April through October and during the remaining months of the year in the case of any use or uses on a given tract of land expected to generate more than 3,000 gallons of wastewater per year. So it looked like the rest of the tourism, except for that section, which would apply to food and beverage, that to me should have seemed put into that codification. And I don't know where that that's addressed, but I think that we should keep that in mind when we're looking at those rules. In addition, we talk about the traffic, and I know it's been talked about before. I just want to make sure when they're doing the traffic analysis, they're not just, everybody keeps talking about Highway Double D. There is a big access on Highway D, which is a 90-degree turn. And you cannot see when you're coming from the way of New Melly to make a left-hand turn onto Benny. It's very dangerous. There's been a lot of accidents. I've lived out there my whole life. I'm a third generation. I have fourth generation children out there, and my whole family still lives out there. So we're well aware of the growth over the years. Not happy with it, but it's residential. But this is nowhere near a residential change that we're used to seeing. In addition, we talk about the sound, and they talk about using trees to help reduce the sound. But as we know, we have occasional charity events, which I'm all for charity events. They have their amplified music. This past 2 weekends ago, I sat on my back steps. We have a 10-acre plot that sits behind the polo field. On my porch and in my house, I could hear the play-by-play of the polo field. So if I can hear it from that, I can't imagine what the residents are hearing right next door. So I do think they need to put limitations on how loud that will be, because the trees, our whole 10 acres is forest, except for the acre or two on our house at the front of the property. And that does not seem to mitigate any of that sound. Also, we were not aware of an October 3rd meeting. I know we have supposedly representation of some people that are speaking on behalf, but as an adjoining property owner and someone that had put in a complaint on a letter on previous submissions to the EUC, I thought we should have been informed of at least a meeting taking place. And it seems like decisions and negotiations are being made without us being able to hear. And I thought that was the point of the public meetings, for us to give our voice as well. And when we have people saying that they will come, and the brew house is a great idea. I've read things that it improves diminishing towns, but those towns have been in warehouses that have been abandoned, and it had improved those conditions of the town itself. This is not in a town. It's right in the middle of a residential area, which is not really conformed to a actual bar, because that's what it ends up being. You're having drinking and everything else. And I'm not one that says someone can't go have a drink, but if there's other locations, would they be willing to go a mile, 5 miles down the road? They still would get a brew house, just not in someone's residential area. And that's all I have for this particular one. Thank you.
Come up, so. For the record, the October 3rd meeting was not a meeting called by the Planning and Zoning Commission. It was not a meeting we called, organized, or participated in. Do you solemnly swear, do you solemnly declare or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the
Russell Allen Roark. I live at 4286 Huffmeyer Road. That's Wentzville, 63385.
Go ahead, Russell.
I also own the adjoining property at 1245 Flintlock, which is even closer to Mr. Bush's property. I've heard so much negative. I think everyone realizes that there's a lot of people that are positive for this. Where my road connects, Huffmeyer Road connects to Benny Road, right at Highway D, they're currently building a subdivision on the south side of Highway D. And I think that will also expand probably to the north side of Highway D, because that was all the same farm at one time. I would much rather see this brew house than more subdivisions in there, more houses. We've already got enough houses. If Mr. Bush had tried to build this thing 6 or 7 years ago, Diana Lane and some of these other residents wouldn't have even been here. They wouldn't be here. They didn't live there at that time. But he owned that property back then. And I think it's a positive thing for our area. I've lived out there for 30 years. We used to ride our horses between Wilson Road and Benny Road, and we can't do one section of that anymore because now there's a road there called Diana Lane. So I think this is a positive thing for me and for a lot of the people that aren't here because they assume that things will work out. I also own some property downtown in Old Wentzville. And a couple years ago, they built a brewery, I think it's called a mini brewery, right next door to my commercial business. And that has had no negative impact on me whatsoever. And a block away from this same street, I have a rental house, and those people have never complained about the brewery. It's called Friendship Brewery. And they do beer there. I'm there a lot. I've never smelled anything. There's traffic. People park in the street. They park in the parking lot. They play music over there. They have outside events. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother the people that rent my house, and it has had no effect on my rental business or my commercial business over there at all. So I look forward to be able to see this brewery real close to where I live. Thank you.
Anyone else? You solemnly declare or affirm that you tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury.
Yes.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name's Pat Dugan. I live at 4325 Huffmeyer Road. I purchased my property 28 years ago from the Bennies. I've raised 5 children there. When I first moved there, I think the horse barn was originally owned by the Hogan Trucking. Who knows what was going to happen with that? And I don't know what was going on with Bridlesburg, but it seemed like it was struggling. Since Mr. Bush has taken control of those things, he's been nothing but a great steward of that property. As always, I think the Bush family is more in favor of preserving property than developing it. And I'm all for having the brewery there as opposed to more family living, more housing. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing no one, we will now close the...
I had my hand up, you just didn't see it.
You solemnly declare or affirm that you tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Mary Jo Dixon, 11 Country Life Lane, Defiance, Missouri.
Go ahead, Mary Jo.
I have just a few questions to propose to all of you as you consider these recommendations for these cups. The UDO changes grants the applicant the right to ask for a brewery, but it does not give him the right to have a brew house. If the right set of conditions are met, the county can grant permission and approval for the brew house. So why are we allowing it to potentially go through with no strong guidelines? You know, the point was made, Baldini didn't have to do these things, but yet all of them did have to do these things. We know that. They had to go through certain guidelines. And when he got up here, you guys gave recommendations like, you know, okay, what time's that exact time? Even though we've talked about what we need and want to make this even remotely palatable, although most of the residents that truly live in that area do not want it, and you can't raise statistics like, oh, 50% want it, why 50% don't. That's just an arbitrary number you're throwing out. The bottom line is, this is grossly going to affect us and impact us. So I think those guidelines before going forward should be dealt with. It shouldn't be just assumed, especially when the UDO was virtually gutted and thrown at you guys at the last minute. It's not fair to do to us. And when we left the meeting last month, it was established that we would postpone it on the understanding that a traffic study would be done because it is so impactful to our residents. It was brought up tonight about teenage drivers. Do you want, or anybody else on their conscience, a young driver getting hit by a drunk driver and killed? I don't think we do in a residential area. So these are important issues. And this just isn't a, quote, brew house. This is a huge, enormous magnitude of a project here. It's a manufacturing plant for brew, 24,000 square feet, or 2,400 square feet, excuse me, a museum, a gift shop, a mini grants farm, corporate event, and a bar. And let remind you guys, you're not putting these chairs on that table not to fill it. So on top of it, they're doing tours of this plant. This is nonstop traffic and noise 7 days a week, as we mentioned before. So in the one respect, you're trying to draw young children to this establishment, but at the other respect, it's promoting whiskey sales and beer sales and encouraging the drinking and so forth. So the magnitude of this project is the concern of residents as well. So, you know, I do want to reiterate lastly that we are asking that this CUP should not move forward tonight until the traffic studies are done. I think that's the responsible thing to do. And we are imploring on you guys to represent us. And if this was in your residential area of a home that, you know, your happiness is at, would you truly want the magnitude of this project there with no guidelines? No guidelines have been set for noise control yet, and many other factors here that need to be dealt with. So, you know, we saw it with Balducci's, we saw it with other things in the past here, that you guys, you know, made a lot of guidelines. The guidelines aren't here. The UDO was given to you guys and pretty much gutted at the last minute. So we're just asking you and begging you to protect us from a project of this size. And that's all I have to say. Thank you very much for your time.
Anyone else? You solemnly declare or affirm that you shall tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Jake Fuchsia, 418 Wolfram Road, Weldon Spring.
Go ahead, Jake.
And I do work for Craftig, so you can have that on the record. I just want to speak to, you know, you talk about growth. You know, growth is kind of inevitable, guys. So, again, I do want to talk about the tradition of St. Louis and kind of what his family's brought and preserving, you know, the farmlands and kind of what that would mean to St. Charles. Fact of the matter is, he could go anywhere in St. Louis where he could build this. The idea was to bring it out to a destination spot. I'm not going to sit here and play devil's advocate. There's tons of wineries already out here. I think growth is going to be inevitable, but I think it's going to be positive and impactful for all in the surroundings with the proper measures between both parties. So I just wanted to end on that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Anyone else? Anyone else? Not seeing any other hands. Public hearing's closed. And it's just 20 after 9. We've got 3 more hours. Does the applicants want to come back?
For 12? Oh, back up for 12?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
I don't need to be sworn.
No, you're already sworn in.
Okay.
On this one.
I'm obviously not going to address every item that was just discussed or the ones in the previous. What I would like to say is there's a couple things that I think are misconceptions about how this process has gone forward. When I was tasked with the job of designing this facility, as an architect, it's my job to look through all of the rules and regulations and zoning codes that I'm given. And I designed this building around what I was given and the parameters which I was allowed to design within. This application process for the conceptual design, and in full disclosure, this is my first time working in this municipality, so it was a learning curve getting behind, learning all of these things, understanding them enough that I can design within that context. This application process, there are 13 things that I was asked to submit to you as line items for this to see if we could proceed forward with this. None of those are traffic studies, sound studies, environmental studies. Those all come, from what I understand, in the site development process, which has over 30 things we have to submit to the county at our next step of this process. All things that are regulated and controlled by ordinances that are already in place in their county. And to be fair, even though I haven't worked here, most municipalities are very similar. There are already noise ordinances in place that regulate when and how establishments can have loud music. It's after 10 p.m., you can't have more than 55 decibels leaving the property. Like I said, we played around with that today. The crickets in the wind were 57 decibels, to put that in perspective. And we were playing loud music, and we were just over 60, and of course, that wouldn't be allowed in this establishment after the ordinances that are already in place. There was one other thing mentioned that we don't want to do these or spend the money for them. I would argue that that's incorrect as well. We are fully willing and committed to doing these studies, but we want to do it in the appropriate process and the appropriate stages, and submit it to the county at the appropriate time. And so that's why we're asking for this initial conceptual design to give us the ability to move forward and spend that money and do those traffic studies. And then just really quickly to address that, the genie out of the bottle thing, from what I read through all of the codes and ordinances, if we don't meet all of those, this project will not be able to go forward. And we fully intend to comply with all of those that already exist. We're not asking to rewrite things, just work within the context that we were given. Thank you.
Any question for the applicants?
I think it was brought up last time, and I know Billy doesn't want to do that. I think none of these people would even be here if this was accessed off your property off D going towards Numelli, but you want to keep that for your private family.
I can respond to that a little bit. We did discuss talking about having that on that property. There is a stream directly within the entrance of that property that we'd have to cross, and we just felt it was, well, probably a safety issue with the steep grade of the stream to have to build a bridge that could contain truck traffic and public access through that site, and it was prohibitive from that standpoint. And so as we were assessing the properties, this was a easier property to build on. The site that you're referring to is much steeper, has much more difficult topography from an access standpoint. Not from like an individual with minimum traffic, but from if this is a public access site. So that was thought of, and we analyzed it, and just the conditions on this site seem more conducive to this use.
So if this got turned down, for example, at that, would that be coming back and looking at it on that piece of property?
You'd have to ask.
No.
Yeah, I can't answer that, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Any other questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you. We will bring this back to the commission. And I was going to entertain a motion to approve CUP-12, conditional use permit for 4151 Benny Road and 4451 Benny Road.
Are we having any discussion about this?
Once we get it on the table, yeah.
Okay.
Well, to move it along from a procedural standpoint, I'll make the motion to approve the CUP.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Griffin, second. Discussion.
Look, a few things I discussed with you, Roger, too, and I talked with Robert. I think it's mentioned with Mark and everybody out here. We've gotten a lot of information. Two of our commissioners weren't even here last month, and they're present now. And we don't have a written copy, which we've always had, of the meetings of last month. And I think to be fair to the two people that were not here, I would ask for a continuance so that for the next month, so they could absorb all the testimony that was given last month, plus Mark and Billy and the meetings that you've had with the residents here coming to some type of compromise. If you're having a meeting of the minds, there's a few stickling points that you haven't, that they haven't come meeting of the minds, and maybe during that period of time, some of these can be worked out as well. But I think also the language for the way in this position, and you're on the county council, I think needs to be cleaned up before we can actually vote on this. There's a lot of things that have transpired, since last month and recently in the last few days.
Mr. Griffin, may I interject?
No.
First off, I want to commend both the resident group and Mr. Bush and his team. We'll focus a little bit first on the 8 items that people came together on. And yes, there was a work session, a work group that got together to try to hash out some of these things. Decisions were not made there. Those ideas were brought back to a public forum so that we could discuss them in an open format. They did a great job. I really appreciate it. I think it's great that the two sides came together and we got 8 points that are in agreement. I think that's tremendous. And I want to talk about those first because they take care of a lot of the issues that were brought up. Now, staff, on the other hand, thinks that we only need to look at items 1, 2, 5, and 6. I've looked at those again, and I understand where they're saying that from a technical standpoint, some of the other ones are harder to enforce. I'm okay with that because I think it sets the tone of what we're trying to accomplish here with those other ones that weren't included with what staff suggested we eliminate. I'm trusting, Robert, I'm going to ask a direct question. Do you see a problem really with including items 4, 7, and 8, the ones that were not included in your recommendation?
Oh, no. Which list are you talking?
It's, if everybody wants to go to the memorandum
Okay.
dated October 17th. It was on our desk tonight, and
Okay. 4 is the lighting, International Dark Skies.
it's not the first 4, it's on the 3rd page. Again, in the future, I hope we number pages. It makes life a lot easier for all of us. So in the future, anytime we get a memo, put page numbers on it. But anyway, it's the 3rd page. Talks about, number 4 is having a hydrologist and geologist certify that the water well isn't going to cause problems for the neighborhood. Is there a specific reason, Robert, that you think that should not be one of the conditions for our?
Where are you getting this?
Page 3 of the memorandum, first thing on it, paragraph, item number 4.
Level, quality, or availability of water to other area residents already utilizing the St. Peter Sand Aquifer.
Get a little closer to your microphone if you will.
Yeah.
We're having a hard time hearing you.
Okay. Well, the wording here, and this was provided by the applicant, as I understand that they have discussed this with, or an agreement with.
With some of not all the residents.
Yeah, but some of the residents. And this says, prior to this site plan approval, the applicant shall provide a signed letter from a registered hydrologist, geologist, certifying the drilling use of water well that cases out the St. Peter's Sand Aquifer and utilizes water from the Rubidoux Aquifer system shall not have a detrimental effect on the level, quality, or availability of water to other area residents already utilizing the St. Peter Sand Aquifer.
Again, to summarize, that just means they're going to dig deeper than the more shallow wells that the homeowners have.
Yeah, that was the testimony at the last meeting, that they wouldn't be using the St. Peter's Aquifer, which is what the neighbors use, but
Okay, so
instead
my
go down
question is,
below.
why shouldn't we include that as one of the conditions?
If it's a letter, signed letter from a registered hydrologist certifying that, I think that it's probably easily enforceable. So I think that that's doable.
Okay, great. We'll move on. Everybody is okay with 5. The county didn't come out and say number 6, no, 6 was a good idea. They didn't think that 7 and 8 were good ideas for conditions. You want to address those?
7 says any tours conducted as part of business operations shall be limited to parcels included as part of the CUP 18 and CUP 12 and CUP 18-13. I don't even really understand the question because, I mean, why would they have tours on other properties as part of this CUP?
Okay, but both sides agree that we're only going to do it in the CUP areas. So that just means to me that they're not going to give tours outside of the area that's contained within the CUP. Again, that's 6 acres, roughly 6 acres, I believe, that we're talking about. Not the rest of the, Mr. Bush, how big is the property again?
180.
180. We're not going to give tours of the back 40.
Well, they have, the CUP is for the 182 acres. for
Okay,
that
so we
entire
could
area.
clean this up and say that the tours would be given of the planned development area, right? Is that what we're talking about?
The neighbors brought it to our attention that they were worried that tours could somehow extend to areas that weren't a part of either CUP 12 or 13. We hadn't considered doing that anyway, so we were happy to agree to it. But
Okay.
we would like to be able to do tours of both CUPs.
But just in the development areas, right? You're not talking about taking hay rides to the other 100 acres that you
I
have
think
there.
a hayride is a prime example of what we have in mind, but only on the property contained within 12 and 13. I mean, there will be.
The 12 and 13 are, I guess to Robert's point, that is the entire site.
It is, yeah, but when you say development area, I wanted to specify that it's beyond just the building itself. It would be the beautiful naturescape that's out there and lake and such.
Okay, so you guys really do want to use and do tours of the entire site?
We do, but only those 2 parcels. Mr. Bush owns additional parcels which are not being included. There's a road that goes past the lake where there are.
Okay, yeah, but we're not talking about his other property that the Bush family owns. We're only talking about these 2
It would
sites.
be, yeah, be this 180 acres.
Okay, so I'm going to agree with county and say, you guys that shouldn't be one of the conditions. But from the resident standpoint, they'd like it to be contained just around the development of the brewery.
Nope.
We were okay with the tour of the whole CUP property, but the concern was that because he does own additional properties and there's access to those additional properties that are not included in the CUP, that those tours could then start to extend beyond the area in the CUP, and that was really what that was about, was trying to just make sure that those tours didn't extend.
Okay, so we got both sides agreeing that it's the whole 100 and something acres. All right, good. I just want to make sure I understand what you're talking about. I see some dissension within the ranks here.
I mean, frankly, I don't want a hayride full of beer-soaked partiers going right along my property line. No, I don't want that.
You don't?
I do not want them to conduct those kinds of tours that go adjacent to my property line. I'm sure some of the other adjacent property owners feel the same.
I believe our property lines are separated by hundreds of feet of forest.
No, they are not, sir.
Nope.
If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I wasn't trying to engage you. I just want to let you know, I wasn't aware that we were anywhere directly where you could actually make visual contact. Is that true?
bring it back to the commission.
All right. We're going to need to put some more language into that then. That I understand both the homeowner's perspective and the development's standpoint. And both sides agree that, again, if I'm reading this right, both sides agree that that the total occupancy for the beer hall, the gift shop, the bar area, no more than 250 patrons total. We agree. You agree? And they agree, right? Okay, so we'll include 8. Right now, we'll let 7 hang out there. The areas that there was disagreement on is a traffic impact study. And that, again, is not part of our process. Maybe it should be, but right now it's not, and we haven't required it of any other developers. So we're going to require it before the council approves it, but whether or not the recommendation from this board to the council should require it, I'm in disagreement that it needs to be there. We're going to require it. It's going to be part of before the final decision is made. I just don't think that we can require it before planning and zoning makes a recommendation to the council, because it's not, yeah, it's not the way that we do it. Ardita.
Sorry.
I mean, you're correct. The Planning and Zoning Commission does make just a recommendation. So based on that, you have to figure out if you want to request it or not, or require it or not. But it is just a recommendation to the council.
Okay. And again, for the neighborhood's perspective, I'm going to absolutely require that. I'm going to take a hard look at it. And to Mr. Griffin's point, we're going to make sure that it's one that is done appropriately. It's not done on Sunday afternoons at, between the hours of 3 and 4. It'll be done at a time that makes sense. Buffers to adjoining properties. This comes down to how big of a planning area that the developer is willing to put in to separate their development from the neighborhood. The neighbors, as I understand it, would like that whole 150-foot buffer, the width of the buffer, to be 150 feet. I think that's excessive. I think in the site plan, we'll narrow it down to something that makes sense. It'll be more than one row of trees, but I personally, I think 150 feet is a little excessive. I will open that up and let my other board members weigh in. But again, that I believe is something that we need to talk about at the site plan level. What we are working with now is conceptual plan, not the final plan. So it is something, I understand the concern, and it will be substantial. I just can't define exactly what that means yet, but it's something that we'll still address. Number
Can we just
3.
back up one thing?
Yes.
Where the first part where they were in agreement, you skipped over a lot of this, actually striking portions of our UDO.
That's,
I believe it's still coming. We're not to that part yet.
Well, that was before you got to number 4 when you started off with the sewer. I have it in order, 1, 2, 3, 4. You skipped to 4. That was the first thing you talked about.
Right, because the parts of the UDO that they're in disagreement on is delineated in the number 5 of the points that they're in disagreement on.
yeah, and that's outside the scope of this commission. That change would have to be made by the county council.
Right.
Right. The big one, the one that really we're talking about for the first time is tonight is the pre-existing skeet range, and I have to admit that I didn't know that there was a skeet range there. My personal viewpoint on shotgun sports, I'm 100% in favor of them. However, it does not make common sense to me to have it tied into a brewery. I like to go up to Blackhawk myself. I go over to the other range that's over here on 370. And I don't think that it's a good mix with breweries. I'm just telling it, laying it out there. I just don't think those two mix. I will, of course, solicit input from my other commissioners here. I also recognize that shotguns make a loud noise when you shoot them off, and it's another noise thing for the neighbors to be concerned about. I get that. So,
Robert, under the current permissible uses, would this, and the brew house definition, would this existing range be a subsidiary accessory?
Well, if they use it for commercial purposes, I think it would be classified as a commercial outdoor recreation, and that would require a conditional use permit in the agricultural zoning district. If it's being used for just private purposes, as a private for family or friends or whatever, I think then that would be permitted by right as an accessory use.
Okay.
But if it changes and it becomes part of a commercial operation, then I believe it would require a
But
conditional
since
use
this
permit.
application does not set forth the use, if we approve this application, we wouldn't allow the range to be used for commercial use?
That was not part of the public notice, the commercial outdoor recreation, so it would not be able to be part of this.
So what the
conditional use
residents
permit.
have asked is the developer to exclude that from go on record as excluding it. I understand it from their perspective. They don't want to do that yet, but if it comes back to us, I'm going to vote no on it. I just don't think that those are compatible uses, especially in this particular setting. But we don't really have the ability, in my opinion, to tell them no, that they can't come ask at some point in the future.
Yeah.
Asking and having the right to do it are two different things. So I'm not going to put in language that says that they can't come back and ask at some point in the future. I think that's fair.
We agree.
Okay? Again, I apologize for not having all my ducks in a row here, but we literally were given this document tonight. I'm trying to work from it on that. I'm up to the part now where we're talking about, this is the AT ordinance and the verbiage that was in it. And I did make the statement at the October 3rd meeting that all of those things that were in the AT, I don't see why they wouldn't apply to this anyway. The developer's side has pointed out that part of the AT says that you can't have two CUPs within a certain distance of each other, and I think it's a mile or, and in this case, it would be across the road from each other. I don't know why that's in the AT district anyway. You can have two CUPs for things that are totally unrelated to each other just because they're in the same proximity. I don't know that it really makes sense to be in the AT district either, that regulation is there. So I'm going to look to you, Robert, put you on the spot here and say,
right.
In the AT, why did we ever put in there that you can't have two CUPs located within a mile of each other?
Well, let me start with, there is no AT district zoning in St. Charles County. It's theoretical, it's on the books, no one's ever zoned their property. It was adopted in 2013, and that's because in 2013, there were one or more wineries that were contemplating, as their business plan changed, they would like the county council to have the ability, and the Planning and Zoning Commission, to consider having, in conjunction with the winery, let me make sure I have this right, a conference center and also a small hotel in conjunction with the conference center.
Let me clear that point up real quick. We do have this AT thing that's on the books.
Yeah.
It hasn't worked for any of the wineries so far. They have all chosen to do development out without using the AT district.
Right.
Because it doesn't work for their purposes. So I'm not surprised, quite frankly, that it doesn't work for a brewery either then. It doesn't work for a winery, it doesn't work for a brewery, a brew house
When
I agree.
people have talked about putting things back in the ordinance, it was never in the ordinance. There was never any, we never have had any distance requirements for wineries from each other, for instance. Now, if someone wanted to come and do at one of these conference centers, for instance, at a winery, they would have to zone it agricultural tourism district, and then they would have to come under these enhanced requirements, including the half-mile distance from other ones of these sort of facilities. But we haven't crossed that bridge yet.
Okay. And we do have other wineries that are within a half mile of each other.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I think that takes care of
Well,
my points.
The other issue was the hours of operation
Thank you.
and amplified sound.
Right.
The current recommendation is all amplified sound must end by 10 p.m. and all events, meetings, and functions must end no later than 11. And then the restaurant event venues may operate between the hours of 10 a.m. and to 11 p.m. Monday through Sunday. Those are the current recommendations that staff proposed in the original application.
Proposed, not opposed.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So that was the original. What was provided us, all amplified sound, exterior amplified sound end by 6 p.m. Restaurant, beer hall, accessory operations shall end no later than 8 p.m. except for December 31st of each calendar year, when operations shall end no later than 12:30 a.m. Special events, weddings, etc., shall be limited to no more than 12 per calendar year and shall end no later than 11 p.m. Loading and unloading, idling of trucks should be prohibited between the hours of 8 p.m. to 9 a.m. And there was a condition with that, 9 p.m. to 9 a.m. So that was loading, unloading, idling of trucks was moved up an hour.
No, I think that, again, I'm just throwing my own viewpoints of the world out there. I think operating late every night after till 11 o'clock, 7 days a week, I think is too far, pendulum swinging too far one way, and shutting everything down by 8 o'clock is probably too far the other direction. I think we need to find some middle ground here. I think 9 o'clock is a good time, but that's just me. On the weekends, going later, but I'm open for suggestions. What do you all
What time do
think?
you close? What are your hours?
9 o'clock on weekends. But that's the neighborhood we're in, so. You know, there's issues with the season that we're in too. You're not gonna have this all year round, really. I mean, if you've got a large outdoor venue to feed and serve people, you know, you're lucky to get 100 days a year out of an outdoor patio anywhere in this area. So, you know, 75% of the days you're not gonna be able to be outside anyway. So all you have is your indoor dining then. And I don't know how late people are gonna wanna stay, but I agree with you. You can't be, you know, too far either way. There's gotta be a happy medium. You know, 9 o'clock seems to me, 10 o'clock on weekends and 9 o'clock on weekdays or something like that.
What do you guys think?
Yeah, I was thinking, you know, something along those lines. I was thinking maybe Sunday through Thursday, 8 o'clock, and on the weekends, 10 or 11.
Okay. 10 or 11? Tell me a number.
10:30.
10:30. A true diplomat.
Come on, kid.
I agree. And then 10:30 seems like a good split it in half. Would that seem reasonable to everybody else, or? It's
Tuesday.
Yes. What was that?
Tuesday through Sunday.
Monday.
Sunday through Thursday.
Sunday through Thursday.
Do it this way. Sunday, let me make some notes. Sunday through Thursday, would be,
8 PM.
opening time would be,
Oh. I
this
was more
this
worried about
says,
closing time.
this says, the original proposal says 10 a.m.
I think that's reasonable.
Okay. So 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday through Thursday.
Friday and Saturday.
Friday and Saturday would be 10 a.m. to
10:30.
10:30. Okay, now my next question,
Amplified music.
well, my next question, does this apply to the entire operation, or does this apply to the restaurant? What if Mrs. Smith wanted to bring her science class out at 8 o'clock in the morning for a tour of the brewery operation?
I'd like to sign up.
I'd sign up for it.
I'd sign up for Mrs. Smith's class. Yeah. I think we're getting too far into the weeds here.
My understanding is that we're discussing the business hours for the public operations.
Right. They can still have. Yeah. But I just want a recommendation to come forward.
So we'll say the operation of the restaurant beer hall.
Right.
Okay. Now, amplified sound.
I like the idea that we allow amplified sound within an enclosed structure going all the way till closing. I don't see a problem with that. Outdoor amplified sound is a different animal altogether, though. I think the outside amplified ought to be cut off at 8 or 9 o'clock.
8.
What do you guys think?
How late do the wineries get to do that? Outside?
They close at 5.
No.
5 o'clock?
We're asking staff right now. I'm sorry, I don't want to be, I'm not being disrespectful to anybody, but when I look this way, I'm looking at staff.
Okay. From what I understand, a lot of the wineries, their tasting room, for instance, will close at 5 p.m. or 6 p.m. or whatever. But for special events, they may hold weddings, and it might be much later. For instance, we've approved times much similar to this, where the amplified sound for these weddings or other events has to end by 10 p.m., and the function itself has to end by 11 p.m.
Yeah.
We've done
Let's
that
do the
for,
same thing.
Yeah.
for
That's
others.
what we approved for,
Dalducci's.
well, the Dalducci's in Defiance, what the Wine Country Garden, which is now Defiance, Defiance
there's-
Ridge.
There've been other ones recently where we,
I think we ought to have the
Something
same,
similar.
similar hours for special events as for a brewery as for a winery.
Yeah.
Seem reasonable?
So it's amplified sound end at 10, and the event over at 11?
Is that
yes.
what
Right, that's the wording that's recommended under condition number 3 in the city's, the county staff's recommendation memo,
Okay.
dated September 12th.
Indoor.
I think we should clarify that.
It says all amplified sound. It does say the word all.
Right. But what we've told the wineries, right, that the amplified music has to be inside of an enclosed structure. Right, or do we let the wineries have amplified music up until 10 o'clock at night outside?
Actually, it's been split. Some of them, we've distinguished between the two and said that outdoor amplified sound has to stop at a certain time, but you can continue indoors at a different time. So honestly, it's been split, but.
Ardita, I didn't hear you. Go ahead. Don't just tell him, tell all of us.
Oh, I was thinking he was going to. I think the difference has been when we're dealing with a CUP for wedding venues separately than CUP for a winery. The wedding venues have been the consistent, music in, not out. The sound, the amplified sound is dealt there, but the wineries are more all over the place, I guess.
Okay, well, what we're talking about now is special events, and to me, the special event could be a wedding or it could be a class reunion. I judge them the same. I throw all the special events into the same category. That's, what do you guys want to do?
To me, since this is in more of a residential area, that I would end it sooner than 10 o'clock.
Okay,
I would agree with you on that. I think that makes sense.
throw a number out.
I would say 8.
You good? Good?
Yeah.
8 o'clock.
Yeah.
That's for exterior amplified sound.
Exterior amplified sound, 8 p.m.
Weekends as well, sir?
On the exterior. And what we've told other event space, they can have the music inside, just got to bring it inside. That I think makes sense.
Yes, sir.
All right?
Mike, I had a question on you. When you said that the council will require a traffic study.
Yes.
What kind of criteria will you use then in terms of determining what is the basis to approve or disapprove? Or how do you all go about that?
We'll look at, the traffic study won't come back and say this is a good idea to put it here or it's a bad idea. It'll come back and say that, will the existing road structures handle it, or will there be recommended improvements? They'll never come out and say, I've never seen one in 20 years that just said, no, you can't do it.
No, I guess I was thinking in terms of percentage of volume of increase and what the impact is versus what the use is now, and determine then what the impact is on the area. Because I think that would be a way of handling it, is if there was a certain impact that was measurable, then that amount could be picked up by the Bush family.
Right.
Because that would be something that could be measured by a traffic study.
That's what I'd look for in a traffic study. If it comes back and tells us that we'll need to redo the interchange, or we'll need to put a stoplight in or whatever, then that becomes a negotiation point with the developer about, okay, this is what's needed for you guys to do it.
And that would be something that the county will require.
The county may require it, the county may decide that, yeah, we agree with the study, but there are other developments that the county has gone in and done the road for. When something that generates a lot of jobs, the county has gone in and knowingly brought in a large development, knowing that we are going to have to put in new road structure for it.
Right. If it's bringing in like a GM where it's thousands and thousands of jobs or something like that, right?
Yep. Some of them hundreds, but
Okay.
yeah. Just knowing what we're getting into is the key point there. And if it says that we're going to need to put in all this more, then it becomes evident to us too that it's an impact on the neighborhood.
Okay.
But I can't tell you that there's a threshold or a guide.
But I think you could use a criteria in terms
Right.
of percentage and impact in that respect.
We have it in the past.
May I ask the protocol for special events? Regarding business hours, I just want to make sure we're understanding. Is there something different for special events if there was a wedding or something that wanted to take place and a special, what's the protocol? Or would we be able to operate later for a special event if we hold a special?
I'm going to defer to staff on that one later. I don't do the day-to-day operations of the county, so if you have to tell them that there's a wedding planned for a certain date, I don't know the protocol on that either. Mark?
Right now, it would read for all events, meetings or functions to be held on the premises, all interior amplified sound must end by 10 p.m. and all events, meetings, or functions must end no later than 11 p.m. Okay? All exterior amplified sound shall end at 8 p.m.
It still has to be an event, though. It can't be just, we're staying open on Friday night till this extended hour.
So the hours you just read are for special events?
Yes.
Right, 10 and 11.
Well, this says for all events, meetings, or functions.
So that is regular business
No, regular,
No, regular business hours, we have a different,
Oh, I'm sorry, that's why I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah.
Could you reiterate the regular business hours?
Sunday through Thursday, would be for the restaurant and event venues may operate between the hours of 10 a.m. and 8 p.m. Sunday through Thursday, Friday and Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 p.m.
Thank you.
Yeah.
all right? So we're covering a lot of ground, and it's not, we don't have it all spelled out in one little document. Roger, do you think you've got the approval with the modifications? You were taking notes there.
I've got 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I think I've got it. Okay, the only thing, well, the buffer, right now, the recommended recommendations, a type 1 or type 2 buffer is defined in section 405.435 Exhibit A, should be installed along the property line to buffer the home located at 4163 Benny Road, and where the property line is not already forested. Now, we've added One Colt Drive in this. And Robert, what is the size of the buffer in the section 405, 435?
Thank you. Uh, 15 feet. It's a 15-foot wide landscape buffer with trees every 20 feet, basically.
Okay, so we're somewhere between 15 feet and 150 feet.
To clarify, the differences that we had with the opposition group was depth, not length. So they were proposing 150 feet of depth.
Depth. Well, that's what this is, 15 feet of depth.
What do you guys propose?
A berm with trees on it.
How wide?
Well, I think we're in agreement with the county, whatever the county proposes.
15 feet?
Yeah, I think we're absolutely fine with that.
Okay, all right.
I just might make a suggestion.
Now,
15 feet.
What's that?
That's a lot of space. And it should be plenty good. 150 feet is ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't know. Do we think that 15 feet's enough?
well,
in
now
this-
this
in this
also
circumstance?
has a condition, existing forested areas and tree lines shall remain and be maintained as depicted in the concept plan. So that means there'd be no removal of what's there.
As I understand it, there's a gap where there isn't already existing forested area.
The gap at 4163 Benny Road and One Colt Drive would have to have this buffer installed.
Can we require something more that's in our ordinance?
Yes, you
can?
can. You
Okay.
can. I mean, if you relate it back to the conditional use permit criteria, you can do so. If we're talking about a berm, I probably would consider height rather than width, because a berm based on the height, and you have to have at least 3-to-1 slope in order to be able to grass it and maintain it with lawnmowers.
Okay.
It's going to be wider than 15 feet wide. If you have like a 6-foot tall berm, it's going to be
But we don't want a
18
berm
feet.
that's 6 inches tall either.
Yeah,
So-
yeah. So that's why I
Okay,
think,
we need a real berm, so,
I think Mr. Bush has offered to accommodate a type 3 buffer strip, which includes a berm, more so than just a type 1 or 2, which I believe were recommended by the county. So we've actually offered
you-
to go a step up.
thank you. Can you tell us what a type 3 is?
a type 3 buffer is what you see along industrial properties between an industrial and residential. And a typical option would be to have a 20-foot deep planted with trees, at least one every 25 feet, and a fence. But the fence can be substituted with a berm. So
Okay.
in other words, you could do a berm with trees on it.
I think Gary can tell us what kind of trees that work best too, but We'll get it.
Yeah, I came out.
We covered that in great detail one other meeting. so,
Norwegian spruce, is that correct?
All right.
Robert,
Let's,
does it say how high that berm is?
Roger, why don't we put in the,
Type
as
three.
it-
No, but
a
the
type
fence is
3
minimum 6 feet height.
A type
Minimum 6
3
feet?
Yeah.
landscaping buffer.
Yeah.
And
right.
Robert was saying the fence would be required to be at least 6 feet tall, so we'd want the berm at least that tall too, I would think.
That's a lot of dirt.
According to the type 3 buffer, it's a 6-foot tall fence plus this landscape strip. You
Okay.
can substitute a berm instead of the fence.
But does the berm need to be the same 6 foot tall?
It's up to you. We've done, honestly, we've done a combination of like, I'll give you an example with.
6? Do I hear 6? I'm going to be auctioneer here.
Actually, yeah.
Yeah,
All right, 6 foot berm, we're done.
all right.
I get people nodding their head, yes, that's when you shut up. All right.
I guess the other question I have for Mark, is that right? Rod. Mark's over there, Rod. Existing forested areas and tree lines shall remain and be maintained as depicted in the concept plan. So is, would there be any tree removal in the existing tree line that surrounds the property?
No, we're not in the perimeter. There are a few pine trees in the immediate construction zone where the building goes, but they're sort of sporadically placed around that field. They're not part of that perimeter buffer zone of trees.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, so we have a motion.
And we need to add to it the
Yeah.
conditional, the conditions that we've just been talking about.
Motion to approve conditional use permit 18-12. It's been made and seconded with the following conditions. A site plan must be approved by the County Development Department prior to any modifications to the site. The site must meet all county health and environment department regulations. For all events, meetings, or functions to be held on the premises, all interior amplified sound must end by 10 p.m., and all events, meetings, or functions must end no later than 11 p.m. All exterior sound shall end at 8 p.m. The restaurant and event venues may operate between the hours of 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday through Thursday, and from 10 a.m. to 10:30 p.m. Friday through Saturday, with the restaurant event venues closed on a Monday. All parking must occur in the designated parking areas on site. A special use permit must be obtained from the Highway Department for a commercial entrance off Benny Road. A type 3 buffer as defined in section 405.435 Exhibit A shall be installed along the property line to buffer the homes located at 4163 Benny Road and 1 Colt Drive, and where the property line is not already forested. And number 8, existing forested areas and tree lines shall remain and be maintained as depicted in the concept plan. All loading and unloading of idling trucks shall be prohibited during the hours of 9 p.m. to 9 a.m. Prior to site plan approval, the applicant shall provide a signed letter for a registered hydrologist, geologist, certifying the drilling and use of a water well that cases out the St. Peter Sand Aquifer and utilizes water from the Rubidoux Aquifer system, shall not have a detrimental effect on the level, quality, or availability of water to other residents already utilizing the St. Peter Sand Aquifer. If such letter cannot be obtained, then connection to the municipal water supply system will be required.
I'm sorry, Roger, back up to items 1, 2, and 3 on the previous page also.
Oh, I'm getting there.
Okay.
Yeah. Any tours conducted as part of business operations should be limited to parcels included as part of CUP 18-12 and CUP 18-13. seating in interior public spaces of the building, such as the restaurant, indoor-outdoor beer hall, and gift shops, etc., designed for serving beer, spirits, and food shall have an occupancy load of no more than 250 individuals in total. And we covered the buffer already. That was your other one.
All lighting shall, we got number 2.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. All lighting at the property shall follow the International Dark Sky Association guidelines and include full cutoff fixtures to prevent light pollution from impacting surrounding property owners, including St. Charles County Broomslick Park Astronomy Site.
Do we need to add something in there, even though we know that separate CUP would be needed for the skeet shooting? Should we just for clarification, say that that's part of it too, is that it will not be allowed under this? I think it wouldn't be a bad idea, just so that's perfectly clear.
Do you mean for personal use or commercial use?
For commercial use.
Commercial use.
Yeah.
Okay. Council?
The rule already is there that has to be there.
Yeah.
I mean, making it, it's.
Just for clarification.
Yeah,
but that's
I think
fine.
they've
It's
already heard us.
covered, and that's fine.
Yeah.
Any questions about those? Okay, so that is the motion.
So can I ask, what about the water, wastewater, number 7 on mine?
That's part of the, normally I wouldn't do this, but that is part of the site plan review that we do on every development.
Okay.
So that's already included in our standard operating procedure.
Okay,
Thank you.
Pardon? Yeah, Gary seconded. Okay. Mr. McDonald, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Kuhn?
Yes.
Mr. Fromm's not here. Mr. Leonard?
Yes.
Mr. Clary?
Yes.
I vote yes. Mr. McBride?
Yes.
Mr. Griffin?
Abstain.
Mr. Klinghammer?
Yes.
Okay, passes 7-1. Okay. Yeah. Do you want to take, anybody need a quick break? We have another one to do. We have to go across the street.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Anybody want a break? Anybody need a break?
I want a break.
Yes, we have a request for a break.
Okay, 10-minute break.
Good job.
Well, I normally don't do that, but.
Well, 13 should go pretty easy. Only 3 acres. And all the, yeah, I wanted, I, better judgment. I was wanting to throw the Brazel under the bus. Let them know they're presented by and sponsored by.
Yeah.
I thought, no, I just won't do that. But I'm looking for, This next one, they're only asking for 3 acres of the 64 in that existing building. My understanding, they're just extra lab.
Yeah.
Well, because, yeah, one of the things here is that that building should be limited to the interior, shall not be expanded beyond the current footprint of the existing building. I think for now, we cut them off on that side of the street.
It's where they're at.
Come back later.
Maybe you know the connections, because I've seen it.
So is there a description how big these are?
Well, they're asking just for 3 acres. The building, I don't know, we'll find out.
I could go.
No, I just own a restaurant in O'Fallon.
Oh, do you? What restaurant?
Madison's Cafe.
Yeah, you carry my beer yet?
What's that?
I'm messing with you.
Yeah, we've had it.
Have you?
We don't have it right now.
You
We've
gave it
had
a go?
We've had, yeah.
Because, so you know, it's very saturated, obviously, the market. So that's kind of where we're at, and people don't even know who we are.
Yeah.
That's why we need this to, we needed this like 6 years ago.
Yeah.
Anywho.
Oh, I think
But the other thing is, like, I think all the traffic points are good points, but I think when it gets to those stages, like, that the road can open up and you can make all, you know what I mean, you can make it safer. Like my opposition would be, like, you can say the same thing for the wineries that are already out there. You can say there's already, you know what I mean?
Well, that's true.
You know what I mean? So you can, like, I mean, not that I can argue that point, because it's a terrible thing to argue, but that would be my biggest opposition. Drunk drivers, but there's already going to be drunk, there's already drunk drivers. You know? So that's my, that would be my opposition.
People are trying to make a point, say different things. So, I mean,
I just think as far as like growth can't stop growth. And who would you want than a Bush? Like the reality is I don't know if they realize.
Yeah, I agree.
My family's big in real estate. I don't know. Anywho, we're here for all you guys.
Yeah, there you go. I'm up for that.
We get the other side of the street.
What?
We have the other side of the street.
Well, we gotta do, oh, that's a separate one.
Separate one. Okay, we'll get started. Yeah. Please take a seat. Okay. Billy, sit down, Billy. I shouldn't say that word. Okay, next on our agenda is CUP 18-13, conditional use permit request at 4020 Benny Road. Applicant is Yardstick Studio LLC. Owner is Blue Heron Polo Club LLC and Blue Heron Farm LLC. Property zoning is A agricultural district. Use requested is a brew house. Area 3 acres of a 62.4 acre site on the south side of Benny Road, approximately 2,000 feet west of Wilson Road in Council District 2. Staff.
Again, the proposal is for a conditional use permit for a brew house. This is a much more simplified request for a couple of reasons. One is that although the entire property is 62.4 acres, which includes an existing polo field that's been operating under permits for years, on the same property there's a 3-acre tract that's all part of the same 62 acres that contains a metal building, and that in the past has been used as a work shed, I'll call it, for the polo grounds. And within that metal shed, the applicants are proposing to have what you might call their labs, but it'd be a small-scale brewing for the purposes of testing and for testing different types of beer and producing on a small scale, again, for the purposes of quality control and testing and marketing and things like this. Now, along with this, they would propose to do tastings periodically. Potentially, they would have, I don't know the exact number they can tell you, but maybe 4 or 5 times a year. Maybe it's 7 times a year, I don't know. But they would open up their this building so they could have like offer the guests or the public a chance to taste new beers that they're just coming out with. That's the idea behind it. So within this building, there would be this small-scale lab, we'll call it, and offices. They don't propose any sort of exterior storage, any sort of exterior use other than parking. And so we're really talking about just the interior of an existing building for this brew house. It's not going to really generate traffic except for these periodic special events. One of the reasons they would actually need to have periodic special events is because the definition of a brew house, part of that is that it's for both on-site and off-site consumption. So if they only produce beer for off-site, it wouldn't meet the condition of, or wouldn't meet the definition of a brew house. If they only produce beer for on-site consumption, it would technically meet the definition for a brew house. But the county staff is recommending approval as substantially meeting the conditional use permit criteria with specific recommendations, and there's 8 of them. I'm sorry, we gotta make sure I have this right. Including such that a site plan must be approved by the Community Development Department prior to any modifications to the site. The site must meet Public Health Department regulations. For all events, meetings, or functions to be held on the premise, all amplified sound shall end by 10 p.m. and all events, meetings, or functions must end no later than 11 p.m. No amplified sound should be allowed outdoors for this conditional use permit. The event venue may operate between the hours of 10 a.m. to 11 p.m. Monday through Saturday. All parking must occur in the designated parking areas on site. The vegetated landscape buffer located along the eastern property line for the 3-acre parcel should not be reduced below 20 feet in width. Trees that are currently missing from the buffer area should be planted prior to the conditional use being active. No outdoor storage shall be allowed, and a special use permit must be obtained from the Highway Department for a commercial entrance off of Benny Road.
What size building is it, Robert?
Square footage wise, they can give you that number. So figure that out.
And is this open to the public? I'm not exactly sure. It sounds like it is and it isn't. What is it? Is it?
The way I understand it, it's going to be primarily for the business, including offices and for their labs, so you'd have just employees there most of the time, but periodically they would open up to the public for these special tasting events.
And those would be the only times there would be food and beverage served on it, is with these special events?
That's the way I understand it. We can confirm with the...
No food produced.
Okay, it says in here it's a restaurant.
Yeah, that shouldn't be the restaurant. We're not considering a restaurant.
Okay.
Any other questions for staff?
I just added up the square footage, and if it's 45 by 60, that would be, 2,700 square feet?
Good math.
Okay, calculator.
Yeah. Okay, would the applicant want to come forward? Okay, since it's
Since I don't really have anything,
since this is a separate CU.
Oh, sorry.
We got to do it all over again. Do you solemnly declare or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings or under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
I do.
Please state your name and addresses for the record, please.
Rod Kaczynski, 2732 West 42nd Avenue, Denver, Colorado.
Mark Gottfried, 22 Catfish Court, Defiance, Missouri, 63341.
I thought I'd just go first because I didn't do anything really except put together a site plan for you, so, and I believe you guys have copies of this. But this is the parcel.
If you could speak into the microphone, if possible.
That we're talking about there.
It'll stick if you want.
Yeah, put it, yeah.
Like I said, I didn't really have to do anything for this. There's no architectural design. The building is existing. Sorry, I got it upside down here. It's an existing building that they're going to be using for their premium sort of like seasonal beers, I guess, as Mark develops formulas, and he can explain that to you more. This is the area of the polo field. I did not show the entire parcel here because we're not doing anything there. This is the, is it 3 acres that Robert was referring to. And then the building is here.
How close are those houses? I'm sorry, do you want to go?
So this house is, I think the house is actually here. Are those 2 sheds that are actually closer to the property line?
Yeah, and I'd like to recognize Kendall and Katie, who are the residents. If you ever have any questions about, they might know a little bit more about how far away it is.
Yeah, it looks like, I mean, if I'm scaling off here, because this is about 80, it's about 60 to 75 feet there from the property line.
Okay. The William K. Bush Brewing Company and the delegates of the group of neighbors have created a similar document regarding this CUP. I will concisely summarize what we have agreed upon for CUP 18-13. The addition of the vast majority of the agritourism ordinance verbiage. 2, the brewhouse conditional use shall be limited to the interior of the existing building and shall not be expanded beyond the current footprint of the existing building. 3, any new or replacement lighting will be in accordance with the International Dark Sky Association guidelines to prevent light pollution. 4, we will abide by all odor and noise guidelines set forth by the county. 5, we will provide detailed data sheets evidencing compliance with local, state, and federal guidelines for all effluent leaving the building. 6, no outside storage of raw materials, waste, equipment, or inventory.
Can you hold on just one second?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we would catch up with you.
Yeah, sorry, I was trying
It's
to.
all in this one memorandum, right?
I have not read that memorandum. I know it was kind of an 11th hour thing.
Do we have a copy of what you're reading?
No. Well, yeah, I've rephrased it into this speech, but you have a summary of it. That's the document we sent, Steve and I sent together this morning.
On the top of a page, it'll say CUP 18-13. You keep flipping.
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Yes, sir. So those were the 6 points that we have agreed upon. I'd be happy to rehash any of them if you would like me to go through them again. Probably.
I appreciate now that we have it in front of us, go through it again.
Okay. These are the things that we have agreed upon. The first one is the addition of the vast majority of the agritourism ordinance verbiage. The second one is that the brewhouse conditional use shall be limited to the interior of the existing building and shall not be expanded beyond the current footprint of the existing building. So we're talking about the inside of the barn for the whole CUP. Any new or replacement lighting will be in accordance with the International Dark Sky Association guidelines. Number 4, we will abide by all odor and noise guidelines set forth by the county. Number 5, we will provide detailed data sheets evidencing compliance with effluent leaving the building. And there is no outside storage of raw materials, waste, equipment, or inventory.
You skipped over on ours, number 2, which is the existing driveway and associated roadway at 4020 Benny Road shall be moved to a new 30-foot bermed forested area.
You're on a different document.
Yeah.
Yeah, that, I'm familiar with what you're talking about, and that was something that Steve's group was interested in, and we have it as a point of disagreement, which I'll discuss in the second section.
Okay.
Okay. So the following points are what we are in disagreement about for this CUP. The first one is what we were just talking about. The county has requested that we plant trees to fill in breaks in the existing buffer between our property and 3988 Benny Road, and we have agreed. The neighbors would like us to install a 30-foot wide berm and plantings over 150 feet long. The conditional use of this property is relegated to the interior of an existing barn. There is no outside amplified music allowed, and this will rarely ever be a public place except for small gatherings inside the barn. The impact on our neighbors at 3988 Benny will be no different than their impact on us, which is essentially next to nothing. The occasional vehicle or sound of a closing car door, speaking level voices now and then, or a running lawnmower or tractor. I want to reiterate, this is our offices. This is just what's happening inside of this barn. At the end, I'll talk a little bit more about these release parties, but I want to really downplay what they are, our vision for those. Number 2, the county has proposed business hours, and we have agreed, keeping in mind that this is rarely a public place. The neighbors would like more restrictive business hours, but this is simply an office with only 5 people in our entire company. We need to be able to work when duty calls. Our presence at the building will not bother anyone, regardless time of day. We know that they are concerned about what we have referred to as special release parties, but our vision for these events, if we even ever have them, which we understand we need to have them to satisfy the UDO, is a small gathering inside the barn, which is all our CUP permits anyway. These would be executed in a courteous and legal manner, and we have compromised that they would stop. This is a very important compromise in my personal opinion. We have compromised, this was Sunday night, that this would stop 6 months after we received the occupancy permit at CUP 18-12, 4151 Benny. So when the brewery's built, this place ceases to be a public place altogether. The neighbors would also like verbiage about the idling of trucks put into the CUP, and we actually agree on that. We're fine with that, no problem. Number 3, the neighbors have asked that much of the verbiage from the agritourism ordinance be added to the brewhouse UDO CUPs. We've agreed to 99% of it. However, there's still that one small passage that unfortunately creates a paradox. It would prevent us from having the 2 CUPs. So obviously we would like that passage stricken.
The half mile thing.
Yes, the half mile, it's familiar. The neighbors, that has to do with the council, I guess. I understand. The neighbors have asked that this CUP terminate in its entirety after we get an occupancy permit across the street. As I alluded to moments ago, we have made a compromise and agreed to modify this CUP 6 months after the occupancy permit has been received at 4151 Benny. At this time, the 18-13 CUP would no longer allow for the special release parties or any public function associated with the brew house, short of having a retailer over for a meeting or something similar to that. At this point, the CUP is truly zero impact on the neighbors beyond what any agricultural or residential zone property might be. I know we have some neighbors in attendance who live on Country Life Lane. We heard from them on the last CUP. I know that there's some of the strongest proponents of this, and they are the ones we made the compromise for. The nearest house on Country Life Lane is 1,000 feet away. 300 feet of it is forest. There is no possible way anyone on Country Life Lane could ever know if we are in our 45 by 60 insulated barn. We consider these citizens friends and neighbors. We remain sensitive to their concerns, but we cannot foresee a scenario where this CUP could ever bother them. Lastly, we've agreed to the addition of a vast majority of the agri-tourism ordinance verbiage, except for the paradox-causing section, and in the case of this CUP, the required 5 acres of crops. The only reason we are applying for 2 CUPs is because Benny Road cuts the property in half and the county requires it. If all of the AT verbiage is adopted, it will require us to grow an additional 5 acres of crops on this CUP, as well as 5 acres at the other CUP. We mention this is rarely, if ever, a public place, and the homebrew-sized brewery will have no use for 5 acres of crops. Additionally, this is our polo club, and we utilize every bit of the property for polo functions. Truly, there is no room or use for crops at this location. We will have the 5 acres across the street, and we can add some more to compensate if that's what the county requires. Thanks for your time, and we ask that you approve our request for CUP 18-13.
Any questions for the applicants? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we'll open the public hearing for CUP 18-13. Anyone wishing to come forward? You solemnly declare or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings from the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Kendall Schmidt, property owner, 3988 Benny Road, Defiance, Missouri, 63341. We are the property owners of a single-family residence on 13.5 acres, which borders the east property line of CUP 18-13 and fronts approximately 600 feet on Benny Road. We will already be impacted by CUP 18-12, which was spoke about earlier on 184 acres. I just want to address 2 items of CUP 18-13. The logic and the common sense of this CUP. In CUP 18-12, the applicant has applied to construct a 20,000 square foot building, a brew house north of Benny Road. Now, let's just say from my construction experience that cost is $400 per square foot, or approximately $8 million. Now you are being asked to approve an additional CUP on the south side of Benny Road for the use of a 2,700 square foot metal building, which formerly was an equipment shed, which in turn will house a test facility, tasting party location, and quality control. This facility, I assume, will produce no revenue to the county. Where's the logic here? The applicant is asking for permission to build 20,000 square foot, less than a half mile from this location. You can't find 2,700 square foot to house a taste and test area in this 20,000 square foot. Common sense would suggest you would want quality control where your production is, not on another site. So at the very least, as suggested by Councilman Brazel, possibly a temporary permit could be issued allowing, which I believe Mark alluded to, the applicant to begin test brews on CUP 18-13. Once the completion of the main facility is achieved and occupancy granted, all operations in this facility would cease. A time limit, I think Mark pointed out, would be 6 months. I had 60 days, but that could be negotiable. It should suffice to move the test, taste, and quality control to the new location, and this CUP would be terminated and the property returned to its original zoning. If this is not a viable option and this CUP is approved as is, then I believe the county has turned its back on residents and homeowners who have chosen St. Charles County to live with the belief the county would protect their interest. Logic and common sense don't sometimes show up on UDOs, ATs, CUPs, but please consider these items when your vote is cast. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? You solemnly declare or affirm you tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Please state your name and address for the
Jake
record.
Fuchsia, 418 Wolfram Road. Just speaking to the satellite brewery, to give an idea of brewery background, prime example, you guys, Urban Chestnut, their facility is right across the street. Their satellite brewery is directly across the street. They do that because it is, again, it is a satellite. It is where they do testing. When he talks about parties and facilities, that's more of like for like Christmas time parties, like it's not open to the public. I just want to make it known that Urban Chestnut does the exact same thing. Their satellite is directly across the street. It's not, it doesn't touch their primary property, and that's because they're like, basically, you know, they want to keep it pretty sacred. Of new, basically, brews coming out, stuff that they test. That's why that's done in the beer realm. That's all I got. Boom.
Thank you. Anyone else? Do you solemnly declare or affirm that you tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Terry Capella, 4109 Highway D, Defiance, Missouri.
Go ahead.
I have the same concerns, and he stole some of my thunder. It doesn't make logic that this type of facility could not be housed under the same CPU or CUP as they're already across the street. That a facility or a smaller building couldn't be constructed within there. Why another property has to be included doesn't follow logic to us. He talks about, I'm not sure about Urban Chestnut. I'm not sure if that's a place where they don't have property that they could have that on, but it certainly would seem logical that if they have that one CPU, that they could that they could actually put that over there and have that same facility, and this would not even be required. At a minimum, temporary use would be, I think, very logical in this situation. That's all I have. Thank you.
Anyone else? Do you solemnly declare or affirm you tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name's Steve Summercamp. I live at 4313 Diane Lane, Wentzville, Missouri. So a lot of the concerns that were raised over the last 2 months, I think, for most homeowners are shared with this particular CUP. And I think while this CUP is being described as inside the building, that's something we've gotten to that point. But I think most citizens look at it as an overreach. It's just really hard to understand why they need 2 CUPs that cover 245 acres of land in total. Originally, we were told that they needed this second CUP to have their offices while they built their other building. And I think maybe that once they got their test brew kit in there and they realized how nice it was, some of these other things decided to, well, we really need to keep it there because that's what we want. I'll refer back to that just because they want it doesn't mean that they should have it. They have the right to ask. We're going to ask that the commission choose not to allow it on the bounds that they could easily develop their building. They're in the design phase. They could put everything over there. We understand the use for the temporary offices and maybe even the test brew kit on a temporary basis. But once the building's built, most of us think that there's just not a real reason for them to have it other than that they want it. So, thank you.
Do you solemnly declare or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings or the pains and penalties of perjury?
Yes, I do. Thank you very much, members of the commission.
Please
Arnie-
state your name and address for the record, please.
Thank you very much, members of the commission. Arnie
Sir?
C.
Oh, go ahead, okay. Go ahead. You're getting too fast for me, AC.
I know the drill,
I know.
Mr. Chairman.
You're getting too
Arnie
fast.
C. AC Deanoff, P.O. Box 1535, O'Fallon 63366, public advocate and resident. I'd like to save some time, Mr. Chairman, and if you would allow the recording secretary to record my comments under this CUP as the last one, I would appreciate that, and I would stipulate that.
No problem.
Is that agreeable?
Agreeable.
Okay. I'd like to follow up on that. Those comments from the last one also apply here. We've got a violation of the Open Meetings Act, in my opinion. This commission has a cutoff time of when the meeting packets are prepared by staff of the community development and the recording secretary to the commission. There's a cutoff time. And to come in at the last hour on today's date and file emails or communications or stipulations just doesn't sit well with me or the residents of our county. That's why we have the Open Meetings Act of Chapter 610 of the Revised State Statutes. Also, there's violations of our home rule county charter that necessitate notice and compliance with the public. When you have documents, it needs to be noticed to the public. Mr. Klinghammer is very aware. I think there's several court cases in our circuit court where amendments to our county charter were thrown off the ballot because government didn't meet the requirements of the cutoff times in filing notice with the public. I also would like to see that there's a condition of a maximum number of people, a capacity load limit in this building of, 2,400 square feet. I know the fire marshal, the Wentzville Fire Protection District will put that load capacity in that limit, but I'd like to make it of one of the conditions. Those were my concerns, and I appreciate you listening to me. But from here on forward, I think you need to meet with your county councilor, and you need to put a stipulation that any documents that come after a cutoff time, they need to go on the next agenda to give proper notice to comply with our county charter, home rule charter, and state statute chapter 115 for Open Meetings and Records Act. I think that's the right thing to do. I think it needs to be a policy of this commission, and I think that state law and court cases back me up on this. I think it's the right thing to do for the public. Thank you.
Anyone else? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings or the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Tricia Capeller, 4109 Highway D, Defiance, Missouri, 63341. I just wanted to add on this one, when I look at the definition of the brew house, the proposal is they want to use it for research, and it's unclear in the definition that that includes research of distilling. It talks about brewing, it does not talk about researching. And if that's the case, can there be a different code similar to what they did with the brew house and strictly, keep that 3 acres under that type of code and not have to redefine using brew house for that facility? If that is truly what they want to use it for offices and research, we should have a code that recommends that and not use a brew house code, because it's very unclear to me that that's what that covers, that definition. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing no one else, we will close the public hearing, and the applicants want to come back.
Yeah, sure.
I'd just like to respond to the one comment about regulation of the occupancy and the number of occupants that can be in there. That would be strictly regulated by the building code, as the function and use and the occupancy of the building. So that would be controlled.
Yeah. Honestly, I have nothing to add.
Great.
You could have been a little nicer.
It's 11 o'clock.
I'll bring this back to the commission.
One of the things, and it did come about late, and it is wonderful that both sides have agreed that it's going to, the CUP shall terminate 6 months from the date of certificate of occupancy for the brew house at 4151 Benny Road. So after it gets built and it's,
Sorry, I interrupted Mr. Klinghammer, but.
okay, go ahead. That's what's on my document here. I'm just,
Okay, they would like that the CUP terminate in its entirety. We have compromised that well, it's not a compromise because we're on. It's not a compromise because we're on different sides of the subject, but we propose that the CUP modify 6 months after, or 60 days, we're flexible, after receiving the occupancy permit, so that the special release party is the only facet of the CUP that could possibly have impact goes away. So it no longer is a public place in terms of the brew house CUP. It would just be offices, small warehouse.
I want to make sure I understand. Are you in there using it for making small batches and doing your tests and whatnot now?
So it's a 10-gallon brewery. That's how much beer it makes when you run it. So it's basically like a soup.
Something I can do in my
brew kit.
kitchen.
Yeah, exactly. It's the amount you can do in your kitchen. So we do risk mitigation, we do new product development, we want to do some special releases for choice retailers out of that location.
Okay, but you do want to keep it, you're testing over there, you're just not going to have any parties there?
Yeah,
Gotcha.
after we get the occupancy permit.
I understand.
Would there be any reason it couldn't be at the other facility?
I'm just to be honest with you, we're already over budget. The building on the site plan, the concept plan is 25,000 square feet. We're trying to get down to 20,000 square feet. We don't want to carve out any more room than we have to, because we already have to cut some stuff out. Mr. Bush owns the barn. It fits in there quite well, and I'll be honest with you, I ran a small brewery for 16 years, and you just need to get away from the main operation sometimes and have some space to yourself in terms of the research pilot brewery. It's just a great space that we would have to pay a lot of money. As somebody mentioned, $400 a square foot. We really don't want to have to invest that money to make space for this over at the other place.
Okay.
Okay, so I have a question. Their proposal, if the CUP would terminate sometime between 60 days and 6 months.
No, they covered that. Not terminating, just
Modify.
eliminating the parties.
Yeah, but
Okay, so conditions relating to events would terminate within 60 days or 6 months, whatever we decide.
I would not recommend adopting or recommending that condition for the reason that the definition of brew house includes, it says for both on-site and off-site consumption. And so if you only have off-site consumption, it doesn't, I don't think it meets the definition of a brew house.
Robert, is there a simpler way to give them permission to brew beer over there in these 10-gallon batches without making it a brew house CUP? Because I think we're trying to take a Titanic-sized ship that'll allow all these other things, and all they want to do is have a kitchen-sized brewery and an office space in an agricultural zoned area.
This is the only way I see forward, and I would also take that into account when you're considering recommending approval with conditions or denial of this CUP, the scale of it, and the fact that it's all indoors, and the frequency of special events and things like that.
So
Well,
we
we
could
have
put,
to, I'm sorry.
we could put a condition that the special events would start at 1 o'clock and end by 1:30.
You probably want to speak.
After
But they don't
to
have-
be completely honest with you, we hadn't even considered having public events, but we understand it's a
If they don't
requirement
have
of the
a building to have public events, then it's not a brew house, and they can't use it at all.
We were kind of caught.
chicken or the egg thing.
So is it yes or no?
Well, but you could have more restricted hours after we receive our occupancy permit. That could be your form of modification.
I will tell you, the size of these parties will need to be regulated by the building code and the occupancy of those spaces to be so small as to be so minimally impactful, because we're just limited with the size of square footage. So you can't just stack 100 people in there.
Okay, let's just limit it to 10 people for a special release. You tell me you don't need it at all for that, so.
I could recommend one thing. The definition of brew house doesn't say how often on-site I mean, conceivably, I guess you could have 4 special events a year or something like that and still meet that definition for both on-site and off-site consumption.
Maybe there needs to be another code created for this.
Could people like get in front of a microphone?
Yeah.
The record needs to be such that it can be transcribed and can't tell who's talking and.
I understand. Thank you.
Because-
Why don't we say that 4 times a year they can have an event with less than 20 people?
That'll keep them legal.
Then they can still be a brew house.
Yep.
We agree. It doesn't impact the neighbors, so.
What about the termination stipulation?
Well, we can't have it terminate, because if it terminates, then it can't be used as their test facility at all. And my viewpoint, and it might be different than yours, my viewpoint is that the test that they're doing now is not impactful. I didn't hear anything about it at all until this came up. So I think Mark working over there is not that big of a deal. That's probably less of a deal than if there was a tractor going in and out of that building all the time.
But what about the hay rides and all those other things that they talked about?
What other things?
Bringing hay rides over, that was all talked about.
That's the other CUP, that's not on this
No,
side.
it said both properties.
We haven't got to the
right.
recommendations, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. We'll deal with it.
Robert, can they have offices in connection with the brew house?
Yes. Yes.
This is dealing with 3 acres.
Mhm.
That's what it says right there.
Yeah, it's just the 3 acres. Okay.
Does this restrict the number? Is this strictly for this building, or does this allow them to, you're saying it does allow them to have additional structures?
No.
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 No? Okay.
No, this is just within
this
an
building.
existing building. And the limit of the CUP concept plan, as you'll notice, is just the 3 acres of the 60-something acres. So if they wanted to do something outside the building or elsewhere on the property, they'd have to come back before this body and request a amendment to the conditional use permit.
Okay. Up there it says 3 acres of the 62-acre site.
Right.
So can they do hay rides or some other function that's part of a brew house on the other 62 acres?
That's not what they're applying for.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, and the other 62 acres is the polo, rest of it's polo field.
All right.
We believe when compromising on CUP 18-12 with the passage about the tours, our intention was to be able to have a hayride that had the entire perimeter. There's a 1-mile road that goes around that property, and we would like to be able to use that. And since it was part of the CUP, when we wrote that, we assumed that that's what that meant. So if we were in error, then we were in error, but that was our intention. We'd like to have sleigh rides or,
On this side as well.
yeah, because they're directly across the street from our home.
That also causes a little more traffic concern, because now you're again crossing Benny Road with tractors, wagons,
I get you.
sleighs.
I got you.
whatever we're
Thank you.
talking about.
Well, if we allow the hypothetical question, hayride on 12, one we just approved, are they limited to where they can take the wagons? If they took the wagons over on someone else's property, in this case, Mr. Bush owns both sides, and they circle around the polo fields, is that violation of, that would not be a violation of this CUP because it didn't originate out of this CUP?
I don't know. Not sure.
Go down Benny
Not sure.
Road.
We could go down Benny Road if they wanted to.
They do them all the time out in the country.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm not, that's weeds questions. Thank Mr. Brazel.
I don't.
I think we're thinking this thing.
Yeah. Okay, the chair would entertain a motion to approve CUP 18-13.
So moved.
Leonard moves. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Coombs, second. Okay. Is there any further discuss, well, here's what I have for conditions. Site plan must be approved by the Community Development Department prior to any modification to the site. The site must meet all Public Health Department regulations. A limit of 4 events, meetings or functions to be held on the premises. All amplified sound must end by, this says 8 p.m., but to make it in accordance with across the street, or this says 10 p.m. I made it 8 p.m., so it matches across the street. All events, meetings, or functions must end no later than 10 p.m. It matches the requirement for across the street. No amplified sound shall be allowed outdoors for this conditional use permit. The event venue may operate between the hours of 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Tuesday through Sunday. All parking must occur in designated parking areas. The vegetated landscape buffer located along the eastern property line for the 3-acre parcel shall not be reduced below 20 foot in width. Trees that are currently missing from the buffer area must be planted prior to the conditional use being active. No outside storage will be allowed. Special use permit must be obtained from the Highway Department for a commercial entrance off of Benny Road. There'd be no exterior storage of raw materials, waste, equipment, or inventory allowed. The facility shall be limited to the brewery development laboratory for the purpose of developing new beer formulas, including seasonal varieties, and for performing quality control procedures associated with the brewing process. Accessory use shall be limited to offices. Prior to site plan approval, the applicant shall provide detailed data sheets evidencing compliance with all local, state, and federal guidelines for wastewater effluent, including but not limited to human brewery and distilling wastewater from operations. There shall, the brew house shall be, or the facility shall be limited to the, use of the facility should be limited to the interior of the existing building and shall not be expanded beyond the current footprint of the existing building. All exterior lighting at the property shall follow the International Dark Sky Association guidelines and include full cutoff fixtures to prevent light pollution from impacting the surrounding property owners, including St. Charles County Rummel Slick Park Astronomy Site. And the use of the facility as an event, meeting, or function space shall terminate with...
We can't terminate it or else it's not a brew house.
Oh, that's right, we can't do it. We've got the limit. Okay, yeah, that's right. So we put a limit to 4.
Chairman Ellis, I have 2 corrections. I believe that I didn't hear the one section where you mentioned performing quality control procedures associated with the brewing process, special public special release events, and the production of small batch beers for retailers. Just wanted to make sure that that last little bit was included.
We have so many lists, I've
Okay. The other thing I just wanted to clarify is, I believe, as much as I'd love to have a 4-day work week, I don't think Mr. Bush would appreciate us not working on Mondays.
Oh, that's for events.
Okay, well, I was hoping that you could make that a law.
We just didn't tell you it's 15-hour workdays on the rest.
I don't have...
That was number 6. That Mark just read.
On which?
On number 13.
On which list?
Cup 13.
I don't have
item number 6.
Gary, can you pass yours down just so that we can read it into the record?
Okay, so we will amend the condition as the use of the brew house, and it shall read, facilities shall be limited to brewery development laboratory for the purposes of developing new beer formulas, including seasonal varieties, and performing quality control procedures associated with the brewing process, public special release events, and the production of small batch beers for retailers. Accessory use shall be limited to offices and warehouse storage.
Do we need to define what a small batch is? Or am I overthinking?
We'll add to this definition that a small
10 gallons.
batch production shall be limited to,
Well, can I give you our vision, just so you understand what we intend on doing? So the brewery produces 10 gallons of beer every time you run it, and you can fill up additional tanks with,
yeah, come up here.
The way any brewery works is that there's the brew house, and it's 10 gallons in size, and then every time you run it, it makes 10 gallons of beer. There are small kegs called sixth barrels, and those are a very common craft beer keg these days. They hold 5.17 gallons of beer. We would like to be able to produce those using that little brewery. For an example would be if a restaurant such as Cyberg's wanted to have their own beer, and we're saying, this is just for you. So pretty darn limited stuff. I'd prefer not to have like a barrelage cap, but keep in mind, it's like 8 hours it makes 10 gallons of beer. So it's not a lucrative, you could not really run the wheels off of this thing and get rich. And it does actually make revenue for the county because we're selling the beer, paying taxes. Well, for the state, we pay state taxes. I should clarify.
50 gallons a week.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
I just don't want to put a bigger, I don't want them to have the ability to put a bigger one in there and have a bigger production, so.
oh, yeah, you can put a brew house size on there. We have no problem with that.
2,500 gallons a year.
Can you limit the brew house size? Because I just don't know how much we're going to make. We do some quick math.
Well, they can't expand the brew house, this physical facility.
The fiscal, I don't know how, I don't know how much room these things take up. So
Yeah.
no tank larger than the 10 gallon one you already have.
Yeah.
Well, we currently have a tank, not to get into the minutia of it, but the brewery makes 10 gallons when you make it, then it goes into a tank that holds 10 gallons, and then you can put several of those into another tank that is for the purpose of putting it into the kegs. That tank's sole purpose is to transfer it into the kegs because it's done under pressure. That tank's volume exceeds 10 gallons because you're supposed to put multiple batches in there. That's 250 batches a year. I'd be absolutely floored if we exceeded that, but I hate to put a barrelage cap on it because, again, it's zero impact to our neighbors. If you want to talk about the size of the brew house so that we can't install a new brew house, which would enable us to make more beer, you know, Billy couldn't get a brewery, a full-on brewery and put it in that building. Keep in mind, there's also infrastructure. There's not the infrastructure for anything serious in that building. You'd have to drill a new well and wastewater.
Not more
and all
than
that
3,000 gallons a year. Done.
stuff. Yes, sir, we agree.
Okay, so
You're getting
we,
too complicated. I need a simple
I'm
number.
sorry, I have that.
Can't produce more than 3,000 gallons per year.
yeah, so we will amend that restriction to include, production of small batch beer should be limited to 3,000 gallons per year.
You want the taster's job.
Yeah.
That,
Sounds good.
yeah,
Okay.
okay. Any questions on the conditions on this request? Okay, having a motion and a second, Mr. Griffin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. McBride?
Yes.
I vote yes. Mr. Cleary?
I vote no only because I think it's a problem with the definition.
Mr. Leonard?
Yes.
Mr. Brom's not here. Mr. Kuhn?
Yes.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Klinghammer?
Yes.
Okay, 1, 2, 4, passes 7-1. Okay. Now, if I can find my agenda. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, our next order of business is update on preparing a draft of the 2030 master plan and the October 10th, 2018 master plan open house. Staff.
I'll keep this brief. You may remember from previous discussions that the concept that the Master Plan Steering Committee has adopted, that this would be refreshing of the current master plan, the 2025 master plan. And so along those lines, the Master Plan Steering Committee has met I think 6 times so far. They're holding in their next meeting October 25th. We anticipate having a first draft available for public review November 1st. And so we would be notifying the public at that time that we have something for them to review. That's more than just the goals, vision, goals, and strategies that were shared at a recent open house on October 10th. And so the plan would be hopefully to have in December at the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting a draft for your review. But what I'd like to do is when we have this first draft available, November 1st, I'd like to let you all know and let you all see, go online, look at it. And this would include, we envision, a way to explore the master plan draft in new ways that's visual, including maps, so someone can drill down into to the extent that they are interested. Let's see. I think that's basically it for the master plan draft. Also wanted to let you know for the updates for the council actions, the telecommunication tower that came before here at Jackson in '94 in Augusta that was withdrawn by the applicant. They're looking for a different site.
Okay.
And I guess that's basically it for you.
Is the transfer station, is that still going, or?
No, the transfer station, the county council denied that application, and so that's over with.
Surprisingly, they didn't sue us yet, so.
Any other, well, we will approve September meeting, minute meetings next month. Okay, once we get.
September meeting.
September meeting.
September meeting's got a
I'd
correction.
like to get
Yeah.
hard copies of the meetings of last month.
Yes,
Well,
right, for the minutes for last month. yeah.
And new business,
Showed your copy to them.
Roger, before you close it, I have 2 motions for new business.
Okay,
If you have your UDOs, on page 244, it's section 405 zoning regulations, part 4, section 405.510, subsection D. It's reading, which I would, right now, it's notifying owners within 500 feet of zoning regulations. What I'd like to propose, and it goes to Mike Klinghammer, to the county council, just for agricultural, to change that wording from 500 feet to 2,000 feet for agricultural and AT properties. I discussed this with Roger today. Also, since agricultural, we have a minimum of 5 acres. If you take a 5-acre square, each side would be 466.74 feet. The way that ordinance reads now, in agricultural, I'm not talking about any of the other zoning locations, you would only maybe touch an adjacent property, 1 or 2. So the reasoning is to increase that to 2,000 feet so it encompass more properties, only agricultural. Also, in addition, Part 5, page 263, section 405.534, procedures for rezoning and amendments, section B, subsection 1, item C. Notice to all property owners, the way it reads now is within 1,000 feet. I would propose to the county council to change that for 2,000 feet and only agricultural. And just to me, it makes logical sense. Anybody's. Thank you.
okay. We'll need this in 2 different motions.
So you want a first motion, which is
Okay.
405.510?
Okay, to the motion, give me the section number?
Section number is 450.510.
405, not 450.
510, did I say 510?
It's 405, right? Not 450?
Yes, I'm sorry,
405.
correct.
510.
405, 510, increase,
Subsection D, changing it, the wording from 500 feet to 2,000 for agricultural
500
properties.
feet to 2,000 feet. Okay. Mr. Griffin has made that motion, and Mr.
Get
Klinghammer,
notified if they do.
second. Is there any discussion? This is A districts only.
May I ask a question?
Okay, so we have a motion. We have a motion and a second for agricultural districts. This is the CUPs or the rezoning?
This is under zoning regulations.
Zoning regulations.
Part
Okay.
4, section 405.150, page 244
Yeah.
as a reference.
So agricultural districts only, we would increase the notification zone from 500 feet to 2,000 feet. I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
Seems like a good idea.
Okay.
Great
Any-
discussion.
Mr. McBride, how do you vote?
Yes.
I vote yes. Mr. Fromm, Mr. Cleary?
Yes.
Mr. Leonard?
Yeah.
Mr. Kuhn?
Yes.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Klinghammer?
Yes.
Mr. Griffin?
Maybe no, yes.
Make a motion, we don't start anything new after 11 o'clock. But continue on.
Okay, now, the next motion is section what?
Section 405.534.
Okay,
It's procedures regarding rezoning and amendments. It's on page 263. Section B, subsection 1, item C. It's notice of all property owners. Right now, it reads within 1,000 feet. And again, for agricultural, to change that to 2,000 feet to correspond with the other section. And the same reason.
Third.
motion by Mr. Weber, second Mr. Klinghammer. This,
Point of clarification, if I could, please. When you say for agricultural properties, do you mean if that particular property is zoned agriculture? But what happens if you have mixed within 2,000 feet?
And what, as an example?
if the application property is zoned agricultural.
That's what I'm wondering.
Then we would go out
2,000 feet,
What if
okay.
there's a subdivision across the street, is what he's asking.
Right, yeah, I mean, if you have a residential, that's zoned residential within that 2,000 feet,
Then we
what's
They
your
would be not-
intent?
They would be notified.
Now
Okay,
we're notifying everybody within a half mile, give or take,
Yeah,
of that farm that's changing.
yeah.
Is that an undue burden on staff?
yeah, I'm not sure how often it would.
This is a
matter.
recommendation to the council, so we'll look at it from a budgetary standpoint.
Sure.
before
Well, the
it's-
definition of, I understand what you're saying when you have an abutting property, but all agricultural now is 5 acres. And going to the other end of the extreme, there's places out here that are agricultural and you can drive for miles before you hit the next property.
Right. We have others that have we have agricultural, but directly across the street is quarter-acre subdivision.
Right.
So now you're saying everybody that's within a half mile of that, which could be hundreds and hundreds of homes that are getting notified. Yeah. Yeah. We'll
We'll work out the wording for exceptions, but
Yep. No,
I'm
we'll talk
looking
about
at
it
the
at council.
overall
I agree
view
with you.
for
Second.
agricultural.
And you could maybe tie it into the type of use it is. For instance, if it's a major change in zoning, then you would include everyone in that high-density subdivision. I mean, I think you'd have to look at it in terms of usage.
County council, it's up to them.
I think that would really make the most common sense.
Okay, any other discussion? Have a motion and a second. Mr. McBride?
Yes.
I vote yes. Mr. Fromm, Mr. Cleary?
Yes.
Mr. Leonard?
Yes.
Mr. Kuhn?
Yes.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Klinghammer?
Yes.
Mr. Griffin?
Yes.
Passes
If
8
we don't
to
have enough in the postage budget, Ardito will just knock on their doors.
There you go.
Anything else to be brought before the council, or the commission, rather?
I just have a question. Is there any way we can get these notes earlier? I know that sometimes these things come in, last minute, but is there any way we can have a cutoff day that people bringing in stuff, it's gotta be in by, Monday or
Well,
whatever, or Sunday or whatever?
There's a difference between, Arnie doesn't understand the difference between notice and documents, okay? So we're bound to, we have to give the public notice of the meeting and the agenda, okay? What information we receive,
That's what I'm talking about, the information. I'm sorry, yeah, that's what I meant, is the information we receive.
Well, and just to play devil's advocate, if they work out a deal, literally standing out in the hallway, we need to know about it. Or if they work out a deal the day before, I don't want to say, well, we don't want to hear about the deal that you guys worked out.
most,
Was,
probably eight,
But if I guess, you're right, and I agree to an extent, but also, if we're supposed to be informed, and they've worked that out, and we don't have any pre-knowledge, then we're supposed to make a decision on that?
Yeah. Well,
The way I look at it is, after the packet goes out, any documents after that point, whoever's submitting those documents runs the risk of having the commission say that, you know what, we need more time to consider this, and we'll put it off until the next month.
Fair enough.
I don't like the last-minute documents either, because we don't have time to review it and give you all advice, because naturally, you're going to turn to us and say, well, what do you all think? And I would like to have a chance to speak to, the highway department and other departments and come up with something that's more comprehensive. So I agree with you completely that, but at the same time, if they email it to me and say, can you please share this with planning and zoning commissioners, I can't say, no, I can't do that. I'll send it basically right away whenever anyone gives me a communication.
Yeah, I mean, I understand there's complications, but it just, if we don't have the information.
we don't look,
It doesn't look like
It's bothersome.
we're making an organized decision. You're right.
well,
right.
I agree with Kevin and what Roger said twice in the meeting. Last month's meeting, actually got at least I got the packet on Friday for Wednesday, and we had this wealth of information, did not even know about the definition of a brew house. So we were lambasted with a lot of information in a very short period of time.
Yeah. Make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
anything else? Motion to adjourn?
Second.
Is there a second?
Yes.
All in favor, sign aye.
Aye.